started to.
And I just got off of I just got a text message from Battlehammer. He got his days wrong, but he is on his way.
Oh. That's good to hear. It's been
a hot minute.
I gotta hear all about it.
Last time he played with us, he was getting ready to go to Jamaica.
Right. And all right, I'm loading in. You want me at the crossroads, you said? You said crossroads, Axbeard?
Yeah, the map stone is labeled Axbeard's Crossroads.
Okay.
I'm getting double audio. I don't know if that's coming from me or...
I don't hear it. Do you hear it, I will?
Hear what?
The double echo. He's hearing an echo.
Oh, that's if it's from me, maybe my... Is it?
I don't hear it.
It's probably coming from me then.
I'm getting to a stone.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, it's almost a quadruple echo at this point.
Wow, that's weird. Axbeard's Crossroads. Oh.
Okay, can you hear me now? Hello? Can you guys hear me now? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Hello? 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 Okay. Yep, now I can hear you. Right, yeah, I couldn't hear anything, and I just finally got into Discord, and somehow my settings got changed in the process of going live. So that was weird, but we're here now. Right. Okay, so the ranger camp. Where am I at? Yep. So I was trying to cover it up, but try and finish covering that gap with floors. I'm getting all red there. I'm guessing that's kind of what I figured. Okay. All right. So three blocks tall. Okay. All right. Another block, another layer. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Right. Well, I kind of figured that might be the problem, but I figured I'd ask you before I started building more blocks. So, Jubo's telling me she can't hear anybody but me on my stream, so. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Sure. Right. Right. Oh, wow. What about the first hall, the dim rail gate room? That's so I built I built stairs, like one wall height stairs, 4 blocks tall, from the lowest point to the highest point, and still have a decent ceiling. I got 10 stories. Yep. Yep. Right. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. I agree with that. Sure. You're at the lower deeps? Is there a armor stand here named Patrick Swayze? Okay. Wow. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Oh, looks good though. How big of a pain in the butt was it to get it circular? Yep. Right. Sure. Yeah, it'd be hard to put stairs in there. The brewery. Okay. Nice. Sure. Right. Mm-hmm. Sure. Yep. Are those the adamant columns? Yeah. Yep. I like how that turned out. Jubo's been making almost like walls out of those adamant columns. Look pretty good. Okay. Yep. Yep. I like that. Nice. Ah, yeah. Oh. Nice. Yeah, that took some lining up, I'm sure. That's cool, though. Yeah. Alaskan had been toying with the idea of curved walls, and then when I was doing an example of how I did the diagonal wall that I had based off of what Davey had built, I tried it, and it worked, but the way that I had built it, which I don't even recall exactly how I did it, but the way I had done it was not stable. Like if you deleted a bottom piece, everything would crumble. And I haven't tried since then. Gotcha. Right, right. Okay. Yeah. It looks good. I like it. Right. Yep. Have you incorporated that area yet? Are we by that area where the one building that appears in the lower deeps is? Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Right. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that makes sense now. I like it. Looks good. Who's that? Yep. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I don't have a problem building these. It's when I tried to do a curved wall, like a circular thing, that if I deleted one bottom section, they would all crumble. But I don't think I was overlapping them enough. Right. Right. It is for you. I dropped some lumbus for him because he was starving. Right? All right, I'm going to try and figure out this audio issue quick. Well, I'm not getting the echo, but Jubo said she couldn't hear anybody but me. I don't know if that changed or not. I've messed with a few things, but... Yes. Let me, hang on a second. Let me take me to your mapstone, and then I will look at the mapstone list and tell you which one. It's Colorful Crossroads, Miriak, on the Bears and Bar page. Are you in world, Battlehammer? You do whatever account you want to do. We're in an end game world right now. It's been defeated that we're just building in and stuff. So bring whatever dwarf you want on whatever platform you want. Yeah, I was messing around with all this flooring and the stairs. Sure you can. Yep. Jubo says, holy shit, that's cool. And you can see, like, when you come under here, you can see up into the rooms that are above us in some areas. Yep. Yeah, so I pushed a rug through the door of the crossroads, that sealed door, and then I pushed a mapstone through. I put the rug there so that the mapstone would have something to sit on. Then I pushed the mapstone through, and then I made another mapstone and traveled to the mapstone that I pushed through. Yeah, I've got two hearths placed up there because I was building in here. So this one is this one is one of those ore pockets in the crossroads room that I mined out. And over here you can see my other grand hearth. So I placed those from above, from within the boundaries of the game. And I tried to build a rope ladder up to like these stairs here, and it won't let me do it. So, oh, it's gonna let me do it right there. It probably won't let me climb up it though. Yeah, it kicks me right back down when I get to the top of the ladder. Oh, it's worth finding out, isn't it? And here's all this adamant that fell through the floor. Not gonna let you get close enough to attack it, is it? I just tried to attack it with Glam Ring, it wouldn't let me hit it. We are running around under the world, Kasumi. I have to pay some attention to my audio issue though, because I'm understanding, according to Jubo, she can't hear anybody but me. Alaskan, we are outside of the map. Falls through the floor, and I already picked up half the stuff that was here. Yep. Right. Yeah, that spawned in to this side of the map when the world was generated. Where are you at, Battlehammer? Oh boy. Right. Yeah. Typically, when you come out of the map, you don't get this stuff. It's just a void. Remind me how to do that, Alaskan. I can try to remove the... mods on. Yeah, I just uninstalled the voice chat on my mic software and reinstalled it, so if Miriak or I will or Battlehammer can talk and... Okay. I have not sent you anything, no. If you go to Miriak's channel... Hang on a second, let me pull it up. Oh, I don't... What game? Oh, on the list? No. So go to Murak's server and go to the Muthzak Adventures channel. Same server that you're in the voice on, under community. And then go to the pinned messages in that, and we're in the world called Dwarftastic. And there's the code and the password. Yeah, I don't think we did climb up here last time, did we? There's some areas of the game where you get outside the map that it's like this. There's something you can walk on, but I've never seen an area outside the map that has that pink floor other than this place. Yeah, same. Right. That's what Alaskan just said.
We got orcs.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they're all just standing at the door, wondering where we're at. Yeah, if you can, that'd be great. No, I traveled. Yeah, yep. Thank you. No, we were just... Did you use the debug menu for that, I will? Yeah, that's what I thought. So I know Lionheart has said that sometimes when you delete stuff, it will come back after you log out and log back in. But some stuff will stay gone and some stuff will come back. Okay. I think you can remove statues though, is that right? Right. Right. Gotcha. Like cause it to respawn. Mm-hmm. Have a good night, Jubo. I'm working on it, Alaskan. No, I don't see anything either. Mariak, Jubo says that your YouTube stream hasn't started. I don't know if it's still on your, like, starting soon screen or what, but I mean, I'm just relaying what she told me. Maybe go to your, let me go to your YouTube channel and see what I see. It says waiting for Mariak, she said. Your YouTube, she said. Yeah, I'm not showing you live on YouTube either. There's a mapstone in Berezinbar that's called Axbeard's Crossroads. Right. Axbeard's Crossroads is the name of the mapstone. Yeah, I remember talking about that Alaskan, but my memory is not allowing me to remember what it was either. I'm playing with stuff now, but advanced audio properties, active. Properties. Hey, Battlehammer, say something. Yeah, I can hear you, but I'm just trying to see if the stream can hear you guys. So, which I'm gonna have to do every time I change a setting. Right. Yeah.
Not. Dang. So what's new in the world of Moria that I've been missing out on since I've been on a hiatus?
Not much. We had a patch.
Did that fix it,
Wasn't a good
Alaskan?
one.
All right. Well, thank you, Alaskan. Because it was a Discord setting. I appreciate the help.
Oh, I didn't know you were still looking for help.
That's right. I was just
chipped in.
It was in my voice settings, my output device was switched wrong. I switched it because I was getting echo from you guys earlier, and then I switched it to the wrong thing, but now I've got it switched to the right thing. So
did Alaskan leave?
Nope, she's here. Jubo left. Jubo went to bed.
Ah, Alaskan, I'll show you the my copied tower.
Oh yeah, jump over to Muriak's YouTube stream and check that out.
Now it's not perfect.
It looks good though. I like it.
I didn't like how the big pillars looked when I tried to put a door in it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I used, Alaskan, the medium-sized pillar, not the fat ones, the chunky ones, but the
small column, the small granite columns, I think is what they're called.
Yeah.
They come in a three-piece section.
And so I built a floor-to-ceiling tower here. Didn't quite line up on the floor the way I wanted it. Yeah, I built the tower. Yeah, I copied your tower methodology. It worked great. See? Now, it's not completely perfect, but it's my first attempt. And I had some instability right here. You can see that it bumps in a little. And I don't know why right there was the only area there that I had to like triple up. It was where I started actually, I think. But here's the downstairs, and then if you go upstairs, I'll take you upstairs and there's stairs in there. I copied your design almost entirely other than the size of the column I used. Kind of imagine this as like a tower keep that guards this bridge.
Yeah.
I know. It's a lot of ale until you get these guys in here drinking, and then it doesn't last very long. So anyway,
yeah, blame everyone else for your drinking problems, Muriak.
Oh, I participate. Anyway, Alaskan, so here, I don't know what I'm going to do in this room, but that is true. And so I put a couple windows in here, and of course the two doors, and there's the stone ceiling. Got the little gaps here I didn't fill in because then it pokes through too much. But I did it. I wanted the experience of building a tower following your method, and it worked very well. Oh, that's poking out there. Dang it, I'm gonna have to hide that. Maybe I'll throw lattice over it. That's what Jubo does. Throw greenery and lettuce and wood over the top. You'll never see anything.
Yep.
And it looks good too. That's the thing. I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. The other day she was building in the aftermath for the last couple of days, and I've had it playing in the background.
Hey,
And,
Pyro. Miriak is talking about a column. He built a tower out of columns, and it's a method that Alaskan Care, who's also in the Discord and streams on Twitch, she came up with that method, and it works pretty great. So that's what he's talking about.
Take some practice, I'll tell you that. I mean, it is not like...
I'll jump down there so Pyro can see it. Pilgrim Roadhouse. Better eat some lumbus.
No, I know. It's driving me nuts.
Heading the wrong way.
Yeah. When I finally give a tour video of this place, I'll make sure to give you credit. That was your method, and it did work well. Almost made me want to buy a controller just to try using it. Staying centered is the hard part.
So there's the tower I'm coming up to, Pyro. That Miriak's talking about.
I don't know how to compare it, Alaskan, but it wasn't easy. I will tell you that.
You need to get some bug spray, Miriak.
Why? You got a moth or something?
Big spider.
Spiders.
Oh. You guys don't need help, do you?
No, no. There was just one, actually.
It's not impossible, obviously, Alaskan, and I don't... It's nothing to do with your method. It's more to do with the fact that it's hard to rotate in place on a PC, exactly in place.
So Pyro, if you're looking for some instruction on that, I believe Alaskan Care has a video on it, or maybe a couple of videos on it. She's Alaskan Care 911 on Twitch, and I believe it's Alaskan Care Gaming on YouTube.
So Alaskan, the one thing that I did slightly different is in the center. I use a mouse. My wife uses the trackball. Stop climbing out of there.
This is pretty cool.
Anyway,
you built all
this is what I did. Yeah, I've built all that. This is my big build in this world. So instead of just having a center, I got frustrated, so I created this to stand on in the center, and that way if I moved a little bit, I could just look above me and recenter me, and it worked pretty well.
Sorry, Pyro, I'm not sure what you're talking about, bud.
Really? Well, Kasumi agrees with you that the trackball is better for them. Yeah, my wife's a huge trackball fan. I can't stand the trackball.
Oh, gotcha.
It takes a big adjustment to get used to working with the trackball.
Do you use a trackball?
I have in the past. It's been a while since I've used one. And like, whenever I go back to it, it takes me like several days to a couple weeks to get used to it.
Is that where you gotta use 3 fingers to move that thing around?
No, my wife just uses one.
Yeah.
But so Alaskan, at least for me, that method, what I just showed you was how I kept myself centered. It worked the best for me. Yeah, that's what my wife uses, just her thumb.
Different trackballs are sized differently, though. So, like, if you get like a big one, I've known a few people who like that because it's easier to get like really fine control with multiple fingers.
Really?
Yeah. But it's more of an option than a necessity.
I mean, I've used one before when I used my wife's computer, but I just use my thumb. It's just not my favorite device.
Yeah.
I do hate it.
That's how you really feel.
No, she's like, you hate it. I'm like, yes, I do. I admit it. I do not like it, Sam. I do not like it with green eggs and ham. I don't like it on a boat or in a moat or with a mouse in a house.
I really got in the what caused me to learn to use a trackball was I wanted something that I could like just use on my knee.
Oh, okay.
With a laptop when I was in college. It was like take a laptop in. I hated using the trackpad. Those are awful.
Oh, those are awful.
Yeah.
I take a trackball over a trackpad any day of the year.
Yeah. So I got a trackball that I could plug in and rest on my leg and then just use that.
That I get completely.
And after using it for long enough, it becomes pretty natural feeling.
Now, do you use it for games too?
I have, yeah. And there are some things that you can do with the trackball that you can't really do with a mouse. Like, as long as the trackball's not dusty, you can spin the trackball and
it's drain. Okay.
and your character will just keep spinning.
Yeah, but Alaska, what if I decide to read it out loud?
I was shooting some of these goats over here.
Get out of
I
here.
need some meat.
Get out of here.
Shooting goats is fine.
There's a herd of goats over here. There's about 8 of them. And I'm like,
Don't
ooh.
listen to him. There's nothing wrong shooting the meat.
I didn't want him on his screen because it'd be like, goats are friends. There's one running, Miriak, right there. See it?
I don't have a crossbow, so.
Where did all this stuff just come from?
That's from all those goats I was shooting. Was it meat and hide?
A damaged a Bach.
Battle hammer.
Yeah.
You're contractually obligated not to kill goats.
I didn't sign that paper.
You did, though. I'll have to kick you out of the guild.
I thought that's just throwing punches. I didn't see anything about goats are friends.
Well, it's not my fault you can't read.
I'm gonna have to review that fine print then.
Goats are food. No, well, that's the shark movie or whatever. Fish are friends, not food. Yeah, well, that's fish.
Nope, it's goats, too. Kasumi agrees with me.
Yeah. That's true. The one shark had had a fish bone sticking out of its tooth when he was saying
Oh
that.
yeah.
That was funny.
What are you all going to do when goats are companion animals?
That's not going to happen.
Well, look,
They're going to be companion meals, is what they're going to be.
I've been to Korea and didn't know it at the time, but it didn't bother me either. I ate dog there, and I've had dogs. So
What did that taste like?
just gamey food. You cook stuff with enough sauce and spice, you really don't taste it. There's still places in the world. In fact, it's now legal again in the U.S. to sell a horse. I've ridden horses.
I've eaten horse.
So
I flustered you, didn't I? You didn't expect anybody in this chat to say that, did you?
I did not.
So we used to elk hunt and bear hunt in Colorado, and we'd go out there and we would rent horses to ride in the mountains while we were hunting. We'd hunt from horseback. And the farm or the rancher that delivered our horses to us gave us a log of summer sausage and said, "Here, try this and let me know what you guys think." And my dad was like, "Well, what is it?" He's like, "Well, I'm not going to tell you. You try it and tell me what you think." And we tried it, and we all thought it was pretty good. Just, kind of like a typical beef summer sausage. And so he came back to pick up the horses like a week later, and he's like, "So what'd you guys think of the sausage?" And we were like, "Yeah, it was good." And me and my dad had already figured out what it was, but one of the guys that was hunting with us was like, "Well, you're going to tell us what it is?" He's like, "Well, it was horse." We had like a 22-year-old horse that went lame and had to be put down, and we don't waste anything, so we made summer sausage.
See, that doesn't bother me. It just doesn't bother me.
Right.
I mean, people used to eat horse in this country all the time.
Yep.
And then for the exact same reason you just mentioned. And then I forget why it was banned or whatever, but it's now no longer banned again.
Yeah.
But that doesn't bother me.
Kasumi says, if someone tells you to eat something and won't tell you what it is, don't eat it. And well, that makes perfect sense to me. That's a perfectly logical response. I personally have never refused to eat something, so
I have a slightly different rule, which is if you're in another country, you eat what they eat.
Yep.
You don't try to eat American
when in Rome.
In another country. Yeah. Because they know how to prepare the food that they're used to, and if you go get a hamburger, like, you're never going to be sicker.
Right.
Unless you go to like a true McDonald's, or something like that.
Yep.
But then it's not exactly the same anyway. Particularly in a country like Korea, where when I was there, everything was different. Right?
Mm-hmm.
As before, I mean, at least where I grew up, they didn't have Korean restaurants. We had one. Well, if you understand what they're saying. But you got to remember, where I grew up, it was like, okay, we had one Mexican restaurant. It was called Taco Bell. And we didn't get one till like 1990.
Right.
I mean, it just, yeah, that was it. Oh, I know. We only had Kentucky Fried Chicken in my hometown, and when I came down here and got Popeyes, I thought, oh my God, this is fantastic.
I love some Popeyes.
Oh, I love me some Popeyes. The first time I had one of those Popeyes chicken sandwiches that was spicy, my wife got it for us. So she went out and bought a bunch of them and brought them back. And I'm like, yep, I now totally understand how one guy murdered another guy over this sandwich. I can see it. Fight breaks out over the sandwich. This is a good sandwich.
Oh, I don't think I could live like that, Alaskan. Alaskan says they only have a Subway where she's at, not even a pizza joint.
Oh.
It's not even a good sandwich shop.
Well, there are worse. But yeah, I mean, wow. I don't know if I could live without pie. I mean, I just
Right. Right.
They don't even. Alaskan was saying, dear, they don't even have pizza. I mean, we don't even have great pizza. Well, they got plenty of water. They're in Alaska. Well, they don't have water like New York water, but yeah, that's true. But oh my God, yeah, that's not good. They have a range, dear. They can't freeze dry pizza and send it that far. No, seriously, my favorite pizza place, they will put in dry ice the pies and send them, like half cooked with all the parts and send them to you. Yeah, every once in a blue moon she'll get me, but you got to order a few of them to make it economical. They are not cheap that way.
I was just talking earlier to Kasumi and Sprouts and Jubo. I have a particular rope sausage that I like that is made in Evergreen, Alabama. I've driven 15 hours for that rope sausage.
Okay.
Like the first time.
They just won't ship it to you?
They will ship it to me, but if I order $100 worth of sausage, they charge $150 for shipping.
Oh,
geez. And they only ship during the winter months.
There's no break point on that?
Nope. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
And I could travel to the furthest north I can get it is like Nashville. So the 2 times ago that I got it, we were vacationing in Destin, Florida, and picked it up on the way home. And then I took some of that sausage and shared it with some of my friends, and enough of them liked it. They liked it enough that they put in a big order with me. So I just drove down to the factory and bought like $2,000 worth of sausage and brought it home and divvied it up to everybody, and they helped pay for my gas. So
did they pre-freeze it for you?
Yeah, it was frozen when I got there. So, yep. I just took a bunch of big Yeti coolers that, keep shit cold for 10 days. And
so if I go up to New York, I call up a pizza company called Oskanitsos, which they make. It's not typical New York thin crust circular pizza. It's a square pizza. It's a very old style. Oscanizzo in Italian means pizza peddler.
Okay.
And this place they've got a certificate. It's been in business, registered business in New York for over 120 years.
Wow.
Jesus.
And the place is, you look at it and you're like, wow, this place is a shithole. Well, it's been in the same building for 120 years. It's an old place. Anyway, food is good. You'll never get sick. Reasonable prices, and everything is made homemade and fresh. And the way they make their pizzas, like the pizza peddlers in Italy, which is the sauce is on the top.
Yep.
And so you've got your dough layered in your cheeses, including provolone and mozzarella and all of that. And then your toppings. So then if you want, like I like number 7, which is sausage and mushroom, and it's on right to the edges of the pie. And it's always been that way. And so it's like a complete layer of sausage and a complete layer of mushrooms. And then they throw more cheese on the top of it. And then they bake that. And then when it's done, they put hot sauce on the top of it and grated Romano cheese. Oh, it is unbelievable. Anyway, so when I go up there, I'll pre-order a bunch instead of having them ship.
Right.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, God. Oh, yeah.
So Kasumi
Anyway.
says that she drives to Portland for In-N-Out, and I think she's in Seattle.
Oh.
What's that, about a 3-hour drive, Kasumi?
What's In-N-Out?
Oh, it's a burger joint. You
Yeah.
never had an In-N-Out burger?
No, I don't think I ever heard of it.
No In-N-Out in the Midwest.
No, they're not Midwest. No, they're definitely West Coast.
What's so special about them?
Is there In-N-Out like in the Texas South too?
I'm
I
not
think
sure about
I've
that.
had it in Texas. There's nothing hugely special. It's just out of the fast food joints, it's a good burger.
Kasumi says it's out to
Yeah.
Texas now.
Yeah, I thought the last place I had one was when I was in Texas. I used to fly into Texas to switch planes to get to Louisiana in my last job.
That makes sense because there's been a huge influx of people moving out of California to Texas. So Alaskan says that they don't have any kind of food delivery there either. No DoorDash or anything like that. She says newbies don't last long there. That wouldn't
Yeah.
bother me. Every time I've ordered DoorDash from anywhere, they screw it up. So if I even get my food.
Well,
I have like $50 worth of DoorDash vouchers that I'm never going to use.
I have a lot better luck with DoorDash.
Any of those
It-
food
it-
delivery services, DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, they've all messed it up for me.
All right, I can't do these pieces. They're gonna have to wait till they fix that damn bug.
What pieces are those?
And the corners, you know.
Oh. Like doing the floor tiles, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I already told Joseph he's going with me in the morning. Got to bring my wife's vehicle in for service. Yeah, if you guys ever get a chance to try an In-N-Out burger, it is definitely worth it. I prefer Five Guys personally, but I don't know if you guys got a Five Guys out there.
We do. And Five Guys is okay, but I don't do much fast food at all anymore, so.
It's not like I do all the time, but it's a decent burger. It's decent.
If I do a burger, it's like a fast food burger, it's usually Culver's. Which is a Wisconsin fast food place.
What is? I'm sorry?
Culver's.
Culver's.
They're famous for their butter burgers. They mix butter in with their ground beef. Super healthy.
Oh yeah. I think when we stopped talking about healthy when we started talking about burgers.
Where's these rope ladders going with the drain pumps?
I don't know. Kasumi says there's a California burger place that's expanding called The Habit that's really good. I've never heard of that one. I've had Whataburger.
Well, Whataburger, yeah. I've heard of Whataburger. I've been to a Whataburger.
What's the, there's another New York burger, like smash burger joint. Shake
we have
Shack.
a smash burger.
Shake Shack. Shake
Yeah.
Shack.
I've been there.
Those have expanded to Chicago, so I've had those. Those were pretty good.
Of course, White Castle. I mean,
Yeah, no
do you
thank
remember what? I don't know if there's anybody. Oh, dude. After a night of being on the town and bars, that's a good burger. All that grease and
Right?
onion.
Nope.
I remember that from college. Oh,
My father-in-law loves White Castle, and I can't stand it.
no, I never liked them, huh?
Nope.
Man, there is a pile of bat droppings all over the place in here.
Yeah. Yep.
They really outdid themselves from we're hardly getting any to holy crap.
Sometimes they do that. I've noticed. Someone else was mentioning that the other day. It was like, they went from hardly nothing to holy crap.
No pun intended.
Right?
Yeah.
Do they do anything different with that bite weed? Can you use it for anything else besides the orcish brew?
No. But they did replace the mushroom. Now has a purpose. That deep mushroom.
The aberrant cave caps. Yeah.
What's its purpose now?
It will restore some health, but but at the expense of consuming your cheddar bar.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah. In other words, it's a shroom. It gives you the munchies,
Right.
but it makes you feel like you're full health.
Yep. Are you with us, I will? You didn't starve to death, did you?
I haven't
he
heard
jumped-
him in a while. He said he had to go
Oh.
for a minute, and I don't think he ever came back.
Do you guys have the display on the left side of the screen, or is it just me? With all of us.
Oh, no, I've got that, yeah. It's a Discord thing.
Yeah, 'cause I see it looks like his mic's off and his headset's off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
he's
probably
muted. He's muted.
He wasn't feeling well.
He's still in the chat. He's just muted, so he must have stepped away.
Well, he said he was stepping away.
Okay.
I hadn't heard him come back.
I heard him say he was going to step away, but I thought I heard him after that. I must not have. Must have imagined that.
Oh, unless you heard him and I didn't. I mean,
I was talking to Sprouts earlier tonight, and she came up with the idea that maybe the debug menu would allow her to spawn in, because she's been playing with it a little bit, would allow her to spawn in the evening ale kegs that we find in buildings, the ones that refill themselves.
Ooh.
She didn't have time to check it out, but it's on her list of things to check out. That would be pretty cool.
That would be cool.
I said that might be the thing that pushes me over the edge on getting the debug menu. What are you doing, Battlehammer?
Oh, I'm lost in the lower deeps trying to find my way out of here. Just exploring. I was checking out the tower, then I found the drain pumps, and then I was like checking things out. And I was like, huh. Found the Pilgrim library. And then now I got turned around the mines. Or the lower deeps.
Yeah.
Gathering supplies, getting some bat droppings.
You should go to the Elven Corduroy bases and check that out.
Was it pretty snazzy, is it?
It's interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it snazzy. Oh,
No.
I will. Are you back? I thought I heard him laugh.
Oh.
Oh, dang.
You still build the Christmas lights, or do they take that away?
Nope. You
No,
can still
no.
build with them. They did start charging for the for that DLC. It's only 99 cents, but
They did warn everybody, though.
yeah, yep. They said it was going to be free at first, and then they'd decide what to do with it. But I know I wanted to talk to you, but I wish Ivo was still here because I'd like his opinion on it too. But the DLC tease today, how'd you feel about that?
Well, I don't know if you saw my comment.
I don't think I did.
So there were 2 items in that
Oh, yeah, I
picture
did.
that we cannot build.
Yep, I did.
So I asked if they were teasing that or the skeletons in the head. Personally, if it's just the skeletons in the head, I'm like, okay.
Right.
I mean, I'll get it. I'm not going to lie. But
Yeah.
I was hoping for more building stuff.
So, I've been having a discussion with some other people, privately outside of the Discord, but people from the Discord, about, like, I'm getting burnt out. And I think what I need to prevent me from getting completely burnt out is new content. And what I mean by new content is furthering the storyline, adding some new bosses, all the things that come with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get that.
So, Tharkoon said at some point in time that furthering the storyline content would come in the next major update. So that begs the question: what defines a major update, right? Is a title update a major update, or is it something different? So, and I don't know, but somebody mentioned tonight, and I think it's a perfectly good point, like teasing DLC content without teasing or hinting at what's to come for non-DLC content is frustrating, to say the least. Because while I don't have any problem throwing money at the game for DLCs, because I feel like I'm supporting the development of the game at large when I buy a DLC, I also want to see that they're working on something bigger than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I've always had an issue with how, and I know they don't want to be committal. I get it, and
I get that too, but you have to be a little bit committal, otherwise you're going to lose people, and I think they're already losing people.
well,
Strider left. Strider left the keg chat that he was in with us, and he left the Discord in general. He's not in the Return to Moria Discord.
Oh.
And obviously, he's one person. You know, that's not going to make or break the game, but he was a pretty dedicated player, and he's pieced out because he got bored with the game. And I feel like the Discord has been much quieter since the uptick in Discord activity didn't last as long after the last update as it normally does. And I think we've gotten quieter than it was pre-update on the Discord.
Well, I can definitely say that I too buy the DLCs because I want to support the game and the people. I'm waiting for the more content, and I really want the build system to be fixed and expanded.
Right.
I beyond anything else, I'd rather have that first, and I want NPCs.
Yeah.
So if they're working on anything, I think in order, build system for me, build system NPCs. Yeah, definitely want those. But you know, I don't know what they're working on, or you know.
Right. I want build content, more build content, and I want NPCs, and I want furthering of the storyline. And I think that some of that stuff can come together. But if the next major update isn't furthering of content, furthering of the storyline, giving us new areas to explore, something to that effect, it better be building. It better be an update to the building system and a bunch of build pieces, a bunch of new build pieces, and the old build pieces returned, or something to that effect. In my opinion, that's what I want to see. So,
well, they did, Kasumi, say that they were looking at a new or changes major update to the build system. They did say that in the last what was that?
the Forge talk.
The Forge talk, yeah. Mm-hmm. But they were very, again, non-committal and non-specific. And I get he doesn't want to commit to something that he can't deliver on. I get that, but people want to know what to expect and when.
Right.
And you want to keep just enough hype up with the game where if people step away for a minute, they're not going to forget about the game.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know where he's going.
I don't know where he's going either. I think that he's on the wrong track if he thinks that teasing DLC is going to do the trick to keep people engaged. And I'm trying to think of a constructive way to present that to him and the rest of the dev team. I don't
know if they would listen to us, to be honest.
Right. Right. Does anybody know where I Will is?
I just
no.
Turned.
Oh, hey.
Oh, I wasn't wondering I knew that you stepped away from the keyboard or whatever, but I just saw that you're dead, so I was going to come revive you.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Yes.
Where are you at?
I don't know, actually. Where am I? Somewhere in the lower deeps.
Okay.
Oh, I got orcs in here.
I'm west of somebody who's a blue arrow.
I'm lost in the lower deep side, Will, if that helps.
That might be you. Turn to the west.
I just traveled to Mirak's Roadhouse, so the Pilgrim Roadhouse, so it's a race. Except I have a loading screen, so I'll probably lose.
No, you'll probably win because I am really turned around in this sucker.
If you're the one who keeps spinning around on the mini-map, then,
I don't know. It might be me.
So the map getting fixed was something they needed to do. But I hate to say it, and I like the changes they made, don't get me wrong. But I don't think we needed a new food system. You know, a new growing system.
Yeah, yep.
Personally. It's nice. I mean, I like it, but that would not have been on the top of the shit I would have done.
Right.
Of course, I don't run the game, so I don't get to decide. But
Yep.
yeah, that's. I mean, eh.
I mean, it was a good addition. I don't think it was worthy of an entire title update. Like being the focus of a title update. Zeta is in my YouTube chat, and he just said the tease about furthering the story was on March 26th, the same day as title update 5. So I would expect it to be the next title update, meaning the continuing of the story content. So, and I don't know, but
You know,
What's the
that's a
title
fair
of the-
point. The last one is when they made the changes to farming. Kashimi just said people really wanted to grow trees, and I'm like, yeah, I got that. I mean, yes, people did want to grow trees, but you didn't have to rebuild the entire growing system to be able to give us the ability to grow trees.
right. Well, I think that also had something to do with they were going to increase the bat droppings, but still, that's not a good enough reason, in my opinion. And
it may just. While I mean, it would seem like they wouldn't have to change revamp the whole growing system. It may be that there was so many changes required to the growing system in order to get trees implemented the way they needed to, that they figured it was just worth getting the art and other assets into it and actually calling it an update instead of mishmashing a whole bunch of small, unrelated things together.
Now that's fair, right? You're replacing the water pump. You're going to do a complete oil change, flush and fill. I mean, yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
The hood's open. You might as well take care of the stuff around where you are.
well, and the Endcraft DLC was themed towards spring, so the rest of the update needed to be themed towards spring in their mind. So,
yeah, I think actually theming is a good
yeah, I agree.
perception to understand why that choice made.
Found you guys.
No, I found you.
Well, I'm poisoned.
And that's fair. I think that's fair. Yeah, I can't get that one in there. But we were saying game's starting to get a little stale without new content.
Like furthering of the storyline content, new quests, new areas, new bosses, that combination of stuff.
NPC storyline build system update. That's what we need the most. I know David
What would you
was
have the
talking about a
NPCs
couple
do?
things, but there's an entire conversation about that. Just simple interactions, give people we'd attract dwarves and they would, do some menial task.
NPCs could be implemented in 1,000 different ways, but how exactly the developers are going to choose to do that remains to be seen. But it'll probably be pretty simple, I think.
Yeah, I don't think people care.
No, I don't think so
there's
either.
There's a bunch of games with simple NPC, implementations. People
I think
are more than happy with.
I think I will said something last time about the NPCs in Enshrouded and how they changed how the NPCs worked, and it's kind of irritating. Didn't you, I will?
Yeah. Yeah, they're always. So you can disable their movement, but now that they walk around, they're always getting in the way. They'll stand in doorways where you need to go through, and then you can't go through the doorway. They'll open doors that you want to stay closed.
Yeah, that's no good.
Yeah.
Alaskan says the devs should be paying attention to people making up games to play within the game and try and entertain themselves as a sign something needs to be added.
Oh, they changed some of the mechanics. I just killed the Watcher in the water on everything on the highest setting, solo. And my normal method that I've used, how many times have you seen me use that method with putting down the stone and then building the little hut?
Yeah.
How many times have I done? All of a sudden, it didn't work today. I kept getting killed. I got one-shotted, and I'm like,
yeah.
Okay, someone put an effort into making this harder.
Right.
I don't even know when they did that.
Right.
But yeah, making the game harder is not the issue.
I agree with that, Alaskan. Alaskan says that there shouldn't be any NPCs until post end game.
Oh yes. Well, I definitely said that too.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to the storyline of you being a lone dwarf in Moria or a lone company of dwarves in Moria, and all of a sudden you're going to start running into NPCs. No, the only NPC that should appear before you open the Dimrill Gate is a goat. There's a goat companion, or if they do something with ravens that is not tied to other NPCs.
Right, a companion NPC, animal companion NPC makes sense.
Yes. Yep.
Not a dwarf.
Right.
Of any type.
Like a bear.
At the most, I could accept like a dwarf that fell in with you at the very beginning.
Right. Right. But I think that should just be reserved for a co-op dwarf. So.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand the argument for it, but I would not go that route. I also think that if they're going to give us goat companions, which if they only give us one animal companion, I want it to be a goat. But if they're going to give us a goat companion, why not a wolf? Why not a boar? Why not a bear?
Well, wolves, I would see a reason not to have, since wolves generally play an antagonistic role in Tolkien's lore.
True.
Yeah.
Yes, that makes sense. Yep.
But aside from that, like...
What about a cat?
Well, there's no cats in the game, so I think that would be harder. My point is, if you're going to do the work to the system to make a goat into a companion, bears exist also, so why not a bear? But a cat, you would have to create a cat and create the cat from scratch. The goats and the bears already exist. I don't know anything about programming a game, so maybe I'm completely off base with that, but that's my thought.
Well, the mechanic and what it looks like are two different things. I'm sure would agree with that. The mechanics of how something works, though, is unique. So if it had special abilities, or if you're talking about something that just walked around, if it's something that just walked around, that's different. As soon as you want it to do things, that can be a whole different ball of wax.
So my question is, if you want to make an animal companion, let's say you wanted to make a companion goat, and sorry, hang on. So if you wanted to make a companion goat, the goat already exists in the game. Would it not be easier to turn the existing goat animations into a workable companion with abilities than it would be to create, say, a dog or a cat from scratch and then turn it into a companion animal too?
Well, again, my understanding of the way games work, there's mechanics and then there's the graphics. The graphics, obviously, you already have the goat. So you're going to add packs and stuff to it, right?
Right.
But otherwise, you just save the time for the bulk of the graphics work getting done.
Right.
Which is work, but it's not what I would think is the hard work. Now, a companion that doesn't do combat or anything special, maybe it's a pack animal. Well, the graphics, how it follows you, how you interact with it, how you load things in and out of it, that's important.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
But you don't have to worry about it being combat useful.
Right.
And so if you had a bear and you wanted to attack, well, now you've got to take all the stuff about the bear that does the attack plus the graphics.
Right.
So there's a certain amount of reuse, I would think. What do you think, I will?
So yeah, I mean, you've got the assets, right? Mm-hmm. And creating new assets, which might include, certain things like packs on a bear might be different than packs on a goat or whatever. That's some degree of man hours, but then the features of those what what you're referring to as the mechanics, so to say, the features of that new mechanic are going to be a different thing to implement, and depending on what resources they have within their team, one or the other may be an easier thing to implement. There's certainly advantages to being able to repurpose assets that you already have. Like, that's saved time, regardless of what you choose to do. But whether that savings becomes significant or not is kind of a different question.
Sure.
So,
yeah, what he said, I agree.
That makes sense. Yeah. Which is kind of where my mind was. Like, I thought it would be easier to use the existing animals that were in the game than to add a completely new animal. But the level of ease that you're saving might be negligible and not matter. So
yeah, it might be relatively insignificant compared to the other hurdles.
Right. Alaska's saying that she thinks that bears would probably be pretty easy because if you're using it as an attack, as a battle companion, the bear already attacks. You just have to program it to not attack your character and to follow you around and be able to be called to your side or something like that, which kind of makes sense. But I'm not a developer, so I don't know the ins and outs of that. But
yeah, well, there's also going to be a certain standard of like what they feel is acceptable in terms of what they want to achieve.
Right.
They may say like, well, that's not enough. We have to do better because we have to do more than that. We have to go beyond that in certain ways that may not even be really that noticeable on the user end.
Squeaking.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I don't know. that stuff is all easier, I think, than adding content to the game. Though I got to tell you, when that person posted the note with the name of the monster, remember he was in the Elven Quarter and they saw the bar.
Yep.
And then one of the guys that does the add-ons or whatever, basically said, "Hey, I did a search. That's in the game." Right. That name. I got way excited.
Yeah.
I'm like, holy shit, they put an Ent in the game.
Right.
I want an angry Ent.
I racked my brain for a long time about why an Ent would be inside Moria. And I still don't know how they would set that up, but I'm here for it,
Well, I don't know. I started thinking maybe it came in when it was smaller
Yeah.
with the Elven stuff and grew.
Yep.
Maybe it found its way in slowly over time. I mean, there are large areas in Moria, and Ents don't drown, by the way. I mean, they're not affected by water. He could have gone underwater.
Yep.
And so now, why would it have hung out here? Maybe it was looking for the Entwives. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that I could have gotten over really quick. Oh, that's true. I could have gotten over all of that really fast if there was a new boss to fight.
Right.
That occasionally sprouted up.
Yep.
And the Ent didn't fight us, but it like animated the trees to fight us or whatever. That would have been cool.
Yeah.
So you cut down too many trees and eventually the Ent comes after you.
Yeah. or it could even be a quest giver that sometimes you have to protect. And that's why it's got a health bar.
Right. Wasn't Alway's wife, the Dwarven god's wife, the mother of nature, who created the Ents? And I remember in one of the books, I forget which one, where she's like, well, they're going to stop the dwarves from getting wood. And he's like, well, the dwarves need wood for their craft. And she's like, well, they'll have to defend themselves. And I'm like, well, I guess they will.
Right.
I remember something along those lines. I don't remember the exact lines, but I remember that, reading it.
Zeta says yes, her name is Yavanna.
Yeah. Thank you. So maybe she put it there. I don't know. I could have gotten over the fact that there was an Ent in Moria.
Yeah. Yep.
An angry, confused Ent or Ent wife that occasionally attacked you if you cut down too many trees. I'm just saying I would have liked it. Particularly if you couldn't destroy it and then it just reformed. Right?
Right.
It regrew.
Yep.
So like every 20th tree you cut down or whatever, there was a chance that it was an Ent.
Yeah.
And it was pissed.
Kind of like it would be like the mini boss equivalent of an orc war chief or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can get behind that.
But I think that, I guess what I'm trying to say is that's in line with what you were saying.
Yeah.
I got all of a sudden excited that there may be a new boss.
Yep.
Right? And a new thing to go after.
Absolutely.
So I get what you're saying. I feel it. I grok it. I get it. Okay. Now I've got one more door to do, and I've got my basic outline done.
And if I'm being 100% honest, if they would just give us some hard information about this is happening and it will be here by this time. And I know that they don't like to give dates because they don't want to fail on delivering on time, but I also have no problem giving them grace on missing a deadline, as long as it's clear that they're working on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, something tells me with John Paul, you're not going to get that from him. I mean, his company, he's the producer, director, whatever.
I get it. But if I hired somebody to do a job for me and they couldn't give me something like a deadline, I'd fire them. You know what I mean?
Of course. Of course. I totally get what you're saying. In fact, I actually don't disagree. I mean, you realize every day in my job, we produce software for people to use,
right?
Or products and services based on software that people use. Do you know what would happen, how long I'd last if I said, it'll get there when it gets there, and I may or may not be working on it, but you know, whatever. I mean, I wouldn't last 2 minutes in this job or any job. People, and it's not so much that you have a failure and there's a problem and you're a month late.
Yeah.
Well, shit happens, but you gotta tell people what you're doing.
Like Pyrovec just said in my chat, he said dates could even be vague, like Q3. Like if you thought you were going to have it done by Q3, by the end of Q3, that was your internal office goal of the end of Q3, then tell us we're going to get it sometime in Q4. And if we get it early, we'll be that much happier. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, lie to me.
The old Scotty rule of engineering.
Right.
It'll take me a month, Captain.
Right.
It's ready in an hour.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah. God, you're a genius.
Yeah, my wife over here, who's a big Star Trek fan. Don't be busted on Scotty.
I think the big thing is that, like, and a lot of people, particularly people who are impatient, and because some end users are, but when you're working on something professionally, what people really need is to be able to have some sort of expectation about where you're heading, and that progress is actually happening toward that. And so if you say, and if it's not, then to actually get something that tells them, like, is progress happening? Is it not? Is this game, like, going to ever have, a build system when things are crumbling? Like, if you're sitting there as an end user and you're like, I want to build in this game, but I don't know if they're even working on improving the build system, because there was a time when that was a question. Like, we didn't know. They weren't telling us. A reasonable thing to do if you are not happy with the build system is to move on.
Yeah.
To just say, okay, that game will never be a good game, move on, and never even look back.
Yep, absolutely.
And that is the healthy thing for somebody to do, really, if they aren't having fun.
Right.
And so you've got to ask, are you creating a healthy relationship with your player base? Because that's really what any venture is it's a relationship with a person who's providing something and the person who is receiving them, right? Your customers aren't just prey. They're the people that you're trying to deliver.
They're part of the equation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I trust me. I live that, as I'm sure you do too, every day, and I get it. And customers aren't always great to work with, and they're opinionated, and sometimes they're just downright wrong. But I get it.
Yeah.
I just don't.
And I'm not arguing with you necessarily. I'm just
I know.
Trying to frame things in a way that helps to understand, from my perspective, why actually what you're saying you want is what we typically go for, right? Instead of doing what we may have seen at times with the Return to Moria development process.
Right.
So let me ask a question, because I'm not a computer programmer guy, and I don't even know how half this shit works. But so they brought the game on. Like, we've had some big updates. Like, that's like huge in most games, right? Because we came on, we had the golden update, the tree update, all these other patches and stuff. Is that like, are these guys going above and beyond with this game opposed to other games that, like, it takes forever to get the bugs worked out of them? Like, there's a couple of games I played, the build system's such crap where you can't get the roofs to line up and this and that, and it's just hard. But this is just like, they streamlined it so fast. Where am I totally wrong on this?
I don't know the answer to your question. I see changes in the game. I don't understand the frameworks, and I'm not a game developer. It also has to do with the size of the team. This is a small indie company. They are a small indie company, dear. They are small in comparison to, a AAA game manufacturer. These people are tiny, and they list all those people at the end of the game. But right now on staff, John Paul told me he's got 12 people or less at any particular time. And they share resources for like graphic artists with other games and stuff like that. So it's really a pool of people he pays basically by the hour to do some of the work.
Freelance stuff almost.
Yeah. And I have to think that for them, there's a certain amount of, what do I want to call it? Passion for the game, I think.
Yeah.
It's, they have personal drive behind the game. Anyway.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yes, this is, I think they have a handful. They have like 4 products total.
Yeah, I think so.
I have heard that they, I've read that they describe themselves as a AA developer rather than a AAA developer, but consider themselves to be something more than indie.
Really?
Yeah.
Does that shock you? That shocks me. They seem more of an indie to me.
They're definitely closer to what I would consider indie than what I would consider like AAA by far. Like, AAA, many AAA games have hundreds of people on their dev team.
Yeah.
But there is definitely a level of refinement and like an ability to stick to the project on this that you don't see in a lot of indie developers unless it's like a one-man team or a two-man team doing things that they can just keep doing. So
Kasumi just said publishers get very sensitive about what you call them, especially the indie title.
yeah.
Do they consider it an insult? I certainly didn't mean it as an insult.
I do think a lot of publishers are don't want that necessarily don't necessarily want that association.
Yeah, Kasumi agrees with you. That's surprising. Okay.
And that depends a lot on the publisher, too, because
Well,
some
if any of
publishers,
them are listening to this, I didn't mean it as a derogatory term.
if you take I think pretty much, say Hooded Horse, pretty much all of their games, as far as I know, are indie games, and I think they're quite happy to stand behind that terminology.
Yeah, I'm sure there's people out there that see it as a badge of honor, and I'm sure there's companies out there that would feel differently about it depending on what context it was used in. Like, Free Range Games hasn't been afraid to say we're a small company, so we have limited resources, so give us a break. But they also probably don't want to be seen as an indie game.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't say for certain what their internal reasoning is, but it's certainly a plausible explanation for why I've read that they prefer to be that the developer.
Why they don't want to be seen as a small indie company.
Free Range perceives themselves as a AA. And that may be because NBG may actually prefer not to associate with indie.
All right. Fair enough.
Also, I wonder what kind of implication it has on securing deals with big IPs like Middle Earth.
That right there is probably as much a factor.
Right. Yeah, Middle Earth is way more likely to give their IP or sell their IP to a AAA company than it is an indie company.
Yeah.
Well, they're definitely not a AAA company.
No.
Most AAA companies nowadays are all into the microtransactions, and I'm not talking about the DLCs like come out 4 times a year for $3-5.
No, like
Most of them are all like, yo, you want one item, it's $3 or up to $10 for every little nitpicky little thing, and you're constantly feeding it little itsy bitsy drabs of cash. And
oh yeah, like Fortnite
my wife
games
is
and
like,
stuff
I
like
like that.
No.
Yeah, but they slowly suck you dry of cash.
that.
Yeah, just enjoy it. Okay, dear. Yeah. Anyway, I know John Paul didn't want to do that, but I was one of the voices, and I know some of you were too, that said, no, dude, you got to at least charge something for the game that continues the investment.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Kasumi and I talked about this earlier. Like, I said, John Paul was really reluctant to do DLCs because he didn't want to seem like he was preying on the community. But we all encouraged him by saying, this is how we're going to support you to make more content that's not DLC content, right? But her point was, okay, but if that's what you're going to do, if you're saying that you're selling DLCs so that you can make bigger content that's not going to be charged for, then you also have to tease the bigger content. You also have to let us know what's going on with the bigger content.
Don't disagree with that at all.
Because then he's shooting himself in the foot, and he looks like he's preying on the community with the DLCs.
Yeah, that's true.
That's fair.
Yeah, it was a very solid point.
Okay, infrastructure laid out, all poisonous mushrooms covered or obscured, all the walls put in. Oh, I missed a section. Now I gotta start building buildings.
So, Axbeard, do you remember this build that I started in the mines? I think it's in the mines.
I remember that you started one in the mines. I'll have to come look at it to refresh my memory. But
the the telltale features of what made the build unusual. So I've got.
You're being very vague.
Well,
is this some secret?
You should come take a look, but after respawn, because it's just gotten a lot more hazardous here.
Hazardous?
Oh,
Yeah.
I remember now. Yep. I just looked at the map stone. Now I remember.
Which map stone are we talking about?
It's the last one on the Western Halls one. It's called Orc Preservation Society.
All right, so don't go there right now.
Well, it's a lot more. Well, actually, there's some orcs. Okay, it's fairly safe. What happens is, it's also in a rockfall room.
Oh, those are my favorite.
Yeah, they're terrible to build in because you got the rocks falling on you all the time. But the rocks. What I have learned trying this silly thing is the rocks sort of choose randomly what they're going to drop onto based on how many people are in the area. So if it's you and a room full of orcs, most of the rocks will not fall on you. So
Nice.
I'm pretty safe building until the rocks have killed all the orcs, and then it becomes really hazardous.
Right. It looks like you can count on the goats to protect you as well.
Yes.
I saw some orcs walking around over that way.
Yeah.
Well, interesting. I never ever considered. Oh, there's a camp right there.
Leave the camp alone. Yep. The camp is
I'm not touching the camp.
Camp is how I verify that the orcs continue to respawn.
Yeah, snack rats hit him too.
Oh, they're
And
aggroed
also
on somebody.
I can scoop up sapphires and black diamonds and things like that from time to time.
Right.
Oh, the room next door. We didn't repair this statue.
We hadn't explored down here, and last week I was running around and I broke into this and explored these halls down here and found that orc camp.
Yeah, I forgot about
I was
this.
like-
This is good stuff.
I'm gonna build a base right here.
Oh,
The only dwarf that said, these orcs are bothering me. I'm going to wall them in instead of killing them.
It works.
technically, you're farming them.
Right, right. That is true. Did you purposely build this little climbing point over here? I will.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
It's a little bit more reliable when the rocks
Right.
are falling with the ladder.
Right. Sorry, Kasumi.
You should build something over this steam vent to make it decorative. And that one over there.
You just plug the steam vent.
No.
Oh, he wants to make it look decorative, though. Alaskan Care says it should be a sauna.
Ah,
Just lure people into it.
Yeah, go hang
This'll
out in the
warm you
sauna.
up.
Yeah. It's nice and cozy.
I think you have to be on it. I wonder how far away you have to be before you take damage.
Yeah, I might be able to build enough above it to
I bet it doesn't go beyond half a story, 2 barriers tall. Certainly not above a whole barrier, I would think. I mean, a whole wall, 4 barriers tall.
Oops. What I'm trying to build.
I mean, I'm pretty much standing in it right now and not getting damaged. I mean, I've got my ring of power armor on, but I still would see the numbers if it was hitting me.
I'm seeing zeros, and I'm 2 barriers up. So
2 barriers. Yeah, that would be my guess.
let's see if that was
Because we build the wooden scaffold or whatever over them all the time.
3 up. Took some damage there.
Really?
Yep.
How about at 4?
Yep. Still ticking.
That's surprising because I've built the. Wonder if it has to do with what you're standing on.
Oh, could
Use one of the wooden planks, the V. You know.
Yeah.
The quick build platform.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of.
Let's see what happens if I just stick a quick build platform down there between me and the steam vent. Nope, still taking damage. I stand directly on a quick build platform.
Interesting.
I'm standing 2 blocks above on a quick platform, and it's still doing damage to me.
Okay. Yeah. Whoops. Can't snap that quite right. Okay. This seems to be how high up I have to be. How many is that? Is that 7?
It's a lot harder than I would have thought.
It's higher than I would have thought, too.
It doesn't damage the building blocks.
Yeah, that is true. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Yeah, 7. But I mean the steam animation, like the visible steam, does go up. It still goes up that high and higher. So
How many blocks did you have to get?
7.
Wow.
Yeah. Just shy of 2 stories. That's a lot. Oh, I lack inspiration right now, and I'm starting to fall asleep in my chair.
You lasted longer than I thought you would.
Yeah, it was a long day, and then I had to mow the lawn, and it rained while I was in the middle of mowing, and I cooked dinner, and now I'm tired.
We had rain here
All
today
right.
too, but I don't think I'm gonna get to mow until Sunday.
Oh, we got rain Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
My new mower should be here tomorrow, so
Oh, good luck.
yeah.
Good night, everybody,
Good night.
for the stream. Have a good one. See
Yep.
you guys later.
Have a good one.
You too.
I'm tired.
Sorry, Kasumi. I assumed you'd already seen it.
Even with talking to him, which I enjoy. It's just didn't do shit. I mean, it helped, but it's not doing it for me, baby.
Did Miriak forget to leave the chat?
I think he did. And of course, we can't kick him out of his own chat, so I'm just going to mute him on mine. Then I'll probably forget to unmute him next time I talk to him.
Perfect. You can tell him that it's his fault.
Yep, exactly.
How have you been, Battlehammer? I haven't seen you in a while.
Did we lose him?
Oh. Maybe.
Am I here?
Now I hear you.
Oh. Now I hear you.
Were you muted?
Yeah, I've been pretty good. I just been so busy with everything. It's like been crazy. Okay, so I'm at the Elven Quarter. What's a wellspring for? Entwood?
Yep, it makes Entwood.
What do we do with Entwood?
Hang on, I'll come up there with you. You can make, so if you have the DLC, you can make different, you can make like vine covered lattice and stuff like that with it.
Okay, I saw that and I wondered where that came from.
He hasn't seen the yoga farm yet. I will.
Oh, he hasn't.
No, I was like wondering why there's like, I was in this cramped little place when I came in. I'm like, holy cow.
What mapstone did you travel to?
Yoga.
Yoga farm. So
Yoga farm.
Do you realize where you're at?
I'm in the Elven Quarter at the top.
Yep.
Go to the edge of the yoga mat.
Which one?
Exactly. That's why I called it a farm.
There's like 27 of them, maybe more.
Yeah. But yeah, if you look around, like, notice how this is attached to the elven walls.
That's pretty cool.
Do you have Ring of Power armor on, Battlehammer?
I don't remember.
Well, look in your armor slot.
Nope, I'm old school. I just got Durin's guard.
Okay, come over here and open this chest that I'm standing in front of and get the speed boots and the Ring of Power armor. The speed boots have to be equipped on your head. And the Ring of Power armor probably goes in your chest slot. It might go in the glove slot, though. All right. Now, follow me. Are you ready? Just jump right off
Oh!
here.
I forgot how fast I went. Holy crap.
Now look up there where we just were.
That's crazy. How many rope ladders does it take to get up there?
It didn't take any rope ladders. We used step ladders.
All the way up?
Yeah, follow me.
Holy crap.
Kasumi said she sent Miriak a DM to let him know he was still in the chat.
It looks like he did manage to leave as a result.
Okay. So if you come up here, so
my
initially
gosh.
we built step ladders to get all the way up here, but then we started just building furniture bridges. I went too far. Yeah, we ended up destroying most of the ladders, so we won't be able to take the same route. But these platforms are here because that are just floating in midair because we built furniture towers to get all the way over here. Oh, here's a big step ladder up here.
Oh, don't fall now. Holy crap.
Now, when you get up here and you hit your head on this grand hearth, you're going to have to crouch to get past it.
I gotta walk slow with these speed boots.
You can take them off if you want to.
Oh no, that would not be fun.
I like your attitude.
Whew. So is this Wellspring at DLC then?
Yes.
Yeah.
God dang it. I take off for a couple weeks, go on vacation, work like a fool, and come back and everything's changed.
You played a little bit after this update came out because I remember I was with you the first time I tried the aberrant cave caps.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't even remember. That's pretty cool.
At the time that
So you got-
I tried them with you, my health was already full, so it didn't do anything positive for me. It just drained my cheddar bar, and I'm like, well, I'm never doing that again.
Yeah. Right.
What is this guy over here with the axe in his hand?
This is a, what do they call that? It's a hearth extender. I'm looking for it in the list.
Oh, is that just for planning or
It's
something?
called a field post. Yeah, like it functions as a hearth as far as being able to build stuff, but you can't like cook at it or anything like that. So it's specifically for farming. So everybody's been referring to it as a scarecrow.
Huh. It's got a mustache.
He's wearing one of the dwarven helmets that has the mustache.
Oh,
forged
yeah,
to it.
yeah.
It's like the Erebor City Watch helm.
That's pretty cool.
Davey built a forge over here.
He's got
For a
the
moment,
fire
it looked like
going,
you
don't
were
he?
off.
And I put my easy chair up here. Ooh, I'm gonna fall.
Oh, I found a rope ladder.
Thanks for sending that message to Muria Kasumi.
I was in New Jersey for a night there, I got some pizza when I was there. But it wasn't like New York pizza. Oh, shit.
Bye.
I just didn't taste that good. I fell in the water. I thought I was dead. I forgot these rivers are less forgiving over here.
Oh, did you want to go outside of the crossroads, Dusty?
Oh, it don't matter. I was just checking out what all you guys been doing.
Oh, I keep forgetting I have a house over here.
Yeah, you need to mow the grass. It's a little overgrown. Is this it?
Hang on. Yeah, no mods on console's a rough life, Alaskan.
Is that the dragon spear you got, I will?
No, I do have the dragon spear though. This one's the dragon spear. And then
What's the other one?
This one is
Is it the Dimril spear?
probably. Let me see. Yeah, with the frost enchantment on it. That's what this
I
is.
was wondering what was on it because I was like, man, that looks different. That's pretty cool.
All right, let's run over here to this map stone and we'll take you outside the map.
I feel like you're running faster than me. You got 2 boots on?
Nope, but I am sprinting.
Oh, you can sprint with the speed boots?
Yep. So go to Bearsin Bar, and then the last one on the list is Colorful Crossroads.
Well, that's a wordy name.
Did it drop him on the other side of the...
Yes, I'm on the other side of this door.
It sure did. So turn around and run the opposite direction of where you're facing, and there'll be another
Yeah.
map stone on the other side of the crossroads room. And
I'll
then-
teleport to it so you can just
There
follow
you
my
go.
marker.
Yep.
Oh, there.
And then I'm guessing it was because either I will or I was in the way. That's why I booted you over there. All right, move out of the way quick. All right, there you go. You're clear to come, Milo.
Whoa. Like a matrix wall, huh?
Jubo and some other people have said that it reminds them of Tron.
Oh, yes. Can you step on the pink stuff? I love Tron, the original one.
Yep.
I fight for the user.
Alaskan just said the original Tron too. It especially is like
Yes.
Tron when you've got the speed boots on.
Oh man, what was those? They weren't laser bikes.
The light cycles.
Gosh, light cycles. Well, what is this place then?
So usually when you get outside the map, it's just a void and you fall until you die.
Right.
But
This is the area right outside of the sealed gate in the crossroads, the one that leads to the endless stair,
yep.
or that should
Oh,
lead to the
cool.
endless stair. So
So hopefully,
This
a sign.
Evermore.
Hopefully,
Or like
this is
the
a
Shire.
sign that we're gonna get the endless stair. The endless stair is just it goes from the bottom of Khazad-dûm to the top, and it culminates at the top with Durin's tower.
yeah.
How high up? Did you guys go all the way up?
Well, there's no endless stair here yet.
Right.
But
Oh, I see pink on the top.
Yep.
yeah.
Which I take as a good sign.
Yeah. Presumably those walls are like basically representative of a place where they intend to add
Yeah.
more cells with an expansion.
Right.
Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. How'd you guys find this place?
So another person in the Discord was messing around. I think they kind of like to search for places outside the map. And they sent yet another person in the Discord some screenshots that they had gotten through here. And then I looked at the screenshots and I could tell by what was going on in the screenshot what they did. And so they took a rug. They went to that sealed door in the crossroads and they took a rug and pushed it through the door. And then they took a map stone. So the rug gave the map stone a place to sit on. And then they pushed the map stone through the wall and placed it, and then teleported to that map stone, and that's how they got out here. So that's what I did.
You see that map stone? I will. Like if you walk where I am, I don't know if you can see me, but I'm like looking down this corridor. Oh,
yeah.
Dang it!
Nope. Did you fall through?
No, I'm back up here, but I can see like a map stone, and it looks like there's some mushrooms or a repair smithy next to it.
Yeah, you remember when I teleported to a map stone and you ran to me? So
Oh, that's that?
That's that map stone. Yeah.
Ah,
So we're looking down, basically, even though we can't see it for some reason, we're basically right above the big room at the crossroads here.
that's pretty cool. Ooh, is that something we can mine here? Blue and white.
I don't know what you're talking about yet.
Oh, I recall seeing that earlier. I don't know what that is, though. That
No, they ain't letting me mine it.
That might be, what is it? Like the
Oh, like the crystal skylight?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So this might be the backside, the top side of the crystal skylight.
Yep.
Oops. Right. I do not have a ring of power on, so I just can't jump off onto this floor like that.
Can I jump off on there and revive you?
Yeah. Nice.
And he's the one that revived you.
Well played.
Oh, you jumped off. I was going to sprint around with you on my head.
But it's kind of funny. But earlier, I could actually see that skylight actually cast like the light onto the floor here.
Oh, yeah.
Times a day, so you can see it clearly sometimes. It must be like night right now in game.
Yeah, it's the dark.
I knew there was an easy way to tell, but I couldn't remember what it was.
Ooh, so this is exciting then, huh? What will it be?
I mean, it definitely screams potential, right?
Yeah. It's an intention. There's no guarantee that there will be any follow through, but at least the devs have been showing some commitment to the game. So
yeah, and not to keep rehashing my worries, but when Tharkoon responded to somebody in chat, that person was talking about how cool it would be to get NPCs, and Tharkoon said something like, "We're working on something that you'll find interesting," and then he also said something along the lines of, I think it was something about NPCs, and then he said, and then 2026 will be the year of the goat. Which is great.
Oh gosh.
Which is great because I want a goat companion, but I don't. But I fear that we won't make it to the goat companion.
oh yeah.
I downloaded Conan Exiles the other day.
That ain't good.
I mean, I'm not really that far into it. I think I played for like 45 minutes or something like that, and probably 15 of that was like figuring out how to remap my controls. But it could be fun. I haven't really got to fight anything yet other than like a giant prehistoric looking bird thing, and that killed a deer. But have you played that one, I will?
No, I have not. I was like, that can't be the Conan game that I have played, and it is not. This is much newer, which makes sense.
Yeah, it's a survival crafting game. There's a building element to it, and I don't know how good the building element is, but I was gonna buy the new RuneScape game and try that out because everybody that I've talked to talks about how good the building is. But I didn't want to play I didn't want to pay $30 for that when I had Conan for free, so I figured I already owned Conan, so I figured I'd try Conan first.
That makes sense. And Dragon Wilds is still it's still very early access.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
it'll probably be maturing over quite a long period of time.
Right. How long was Valheim in early access for?
3 years, I think, maybe.
And how long has it
Maybe
been out
4
now?
years. Another year or two.
Okay.
I think it's something like 3 and 2.
Okay.
Are you good at Valheim then?
Me?
No, I will.
Oh.
No, I got Valheim when it was really early in early access, and played a little bit, and I got burned out on it pretty quickly because the building was just so incredibly frustrating at that time.
Yep.
I got some mods for it, and those helped a lot, but it was still like janky. And I never really ever got back into it. I keep thinking I should, though, because Nolia and Davey both play it. So
Yeah. And Nolia's
I got
friend
Valheim,
Special K is playing with them now too.
I got burned out in the same building. That roof, I could not make the roof line up for nothing.
yeah.
I'm just like, what am I doing wrong?
From
roofs. Yeah, putting on roofs and anything where you wanted to do a lot of vertical work was just a real pain in the butt.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's my understanding
getting
from
cold.
listening to Nolia and Davey talk that roofs are still a pain in the ass.
Oh, fine.
I mean, I don't know for sure, but
Yeah, I mean, and the thing that kind of holds me off is like, on the one hand, I'm like, oh yeah, I'd like to get back into Valheim and build in that, but there's so many other games out there that I also want to spend time on.
right.
And I want to revisit Satisfactory more than I want to visit Valheim, for example.
What's that one about?
So Satisfactory is not quite a survival crafting game. It's a logistics / crafting game. So, so there's no real survival element. You're not going to starve to death, for example, which I am in the process of doing right now in this game.
No.
But you, I'm a good chunk of the way through that Lembus, all that Lembus you gave me. But in Satisfactory, what they replace the survival side of things with is you build factories, and you build like extractors that you put on like mineral deposits that extract ores, so you can extract like iron ore or limestone or whatever, and then you build from the extractors. You then build machines that convert those raw minerals into other materials, and then you connect to those machines to other machines, which turn the materials into components for building other things. So you might have a row of machines that produces concrete, and a row of machines that produces gears, and a row of machine that produces screws. You need lots and lots of screws, or at least you did. I hear that they've changed that a bit, but there's basically kind of a process of figuring out, okay, how much materials do I have? How many machines can I build to make the best use of those materials? And what all do I need to build in order to progress farther and build more complex components? So it's a little bit of an engineering mathematical puzzle. Not a very hard one, but it kind of, if you like things where it's like involves a little bit of mathematical problem solving.
Yes.
It's pretty fun.
I might have to check that one out.
I put some more lumbus in the rations chest behind the map stone labeled the blessing. If you need some, I will.
Uh-oh. I
Okay.
just fell off the edge of the world.
Oh, yeah. You'll respawn eventually.
Okay, because I'm like falling and falling.
No, you did die, though.
He didn't die?
He did.
Oh.
I see his urn.
Make him respawn because he'll be at the aftermath.
He'll have to respawn. Oh, is he going to be at the... You know, when I did that, I ended up at the aftermath, too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the yoga plant.
Oh, you claimed one of those beds.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Probably
This was such a cool place. I thought, I'm going to grab one of these things.
Fair.
Now I'll see if I get my urn back. Oh gosh, where do we go?
Colorful crossroads.
There it is. Colorful. Well, this is different about speed boots. We're not taking chances and not jump, huh?
Probably the one of the biggest things that I like about Satisfactory is that it's one of the most beautiful games that I've played.
Really?
Oh yeah.
In terms of the world itself. Like, you can't, without mods, you can't necessarily build the prettiest buildings or anything, but the world itself is, like, the environment's really beautiful.
I've heard a lot of people talk about Satisfactory, and you're the first person I've ever heard say that.
Well, that's because
Not that I don't
people
believe you, I just figured it's odd that nobody else would mention that.
a lot of people get so caught up in, I'm just going to pave the entire place,
Oh.
that it turns into, like, this not near as beautiful an environment. But you can work with the environment rather than just building, like, a huge grid over the world. But if you watch videos on it, like a lot of the big YouTubers, just, like, get the foundations, the floor tiles, essentially, and just pave huge areas, and then they build out their factories on that.
Gotcha.
And it's not really my thing.
Alaskan sounds like Moria sometimes. Just people paving over stuff.
Yep, definitely. I mean, it's a straightforward way of doing things.
Right.
So I don't knock anybody for it, but I do like to try to find ways to build, like,
More naturally.
yeah, build with what's there rather than trying to just overwrite what's there.
Right.
Different challenge.
Yeah. I don't know if you've ever talked to a guy in the Return to Moria Discord.
Yeah,
He's
been a long time.
That's the kind of rebuilding Moria he likes to do. He likes to go in an area and completely restore everything.
Right. Yeah. Guy's also a PlayStation user, as I recall.
He
So-
he was originally a PlayStation user, and he still plays on PlayStation a lot because he's got worlds there that he likes to visit. But he also now has Steam.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Alaskan says she's with you, I will. She likes to try and elevate what the devs put in place because it took a lot of time to design. Talking about building with what's there instead of overwriting it all.
Yeah. And I just like the challenge of like trying to say, hey, there's something here. Like, how does this shape my creativity to like try working
Yeah.
inside of it and around it? Like, I think part of it is that I'm not the most creative person, but I like creative problem solving. And so trying to work with something stimulates my creativity because it gives me a problem to solve.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Whereas, I look at something like, I mean, even Davy's stuff is a little bit of a blend and very over the top.
Yeah.
But Miriak, like what I've seen in a lot of his builds, is very much like he does use what's there, but it's on a very large scale.
Yes.
And as a result, he's really deciding a lot about what he's creating rather than just allowing the environment to sort of force him into like create into the space.
Right.
At least that's how I perceive it.
Nope, I can see that for sure. He likes to stay on theme, but he also likes to do his own thing.
Yeah.
I like to put an aspect of role playing, like that's my D&D coming out in me, into my builds, like with the Blue Mountain Hunters Lodge and stuff like that.
Yeah. And I think to some degree that is maybe a little bit of one characteristic that we all do share to some degree, even if it expresses itself differently.
Yeah.
Because, like, when I build, I know that I have, like, I think, this room here, like, this is maybe what's the word? You know how in a fortification, like, you might have this area where you expect to stage a defense if the outer wall's breached?
Yeah. Yep. Like a
Right, and
like a
you'll
bailey.
have maybe your armory with direct access to that room.
Yeah.
So I'll have things like that. And then I'll have like dining areas, sleeping areas, so on and so forth. And I've noticed that in kind of every one of us tends to have some sort of like, what would this really be? Like,
Right. Yeah, I'm going to build a fortress here, but it's going to be a legit operational fortress.
or at least a lot closer than I have to do.
Right. Right.
Right.
I want it to make sense.
Yeah.
Quiet. I see prey ahead.
And particularly something you see in like logistics games, even more so than survival craft games, is there are a lot of people who do large builds where there's nothing that's not really needed to play the game or to express a certain like
Right.
vision of creativity, like somebody building a giant tower, but none of the rooms actually have any necessary purpose.
Function. Yeah.
It is neat to see. I do. This is actually interesting. I just realized, like, I don't really pay too much attention at all to builds in the Return to Moria channel. Probably because I feel like I don't want it to overly impact like my relationship with building in the game.
Right.
But in Satisfactory, I would spend a lot of time like looking at all the different things that people did because they were so there was so much variation.
Right.
People would build like giant mechs and battle cruisers and just things that like I think one person built a giant Sonic the Hedgehog wall. Just a floating head of Sonic the Hedgehog in the sky.
That's like the first Minecraft build that I ever saw was somebody had built, I don't want to say a scale model, but a model of Starship Enterprise.
Oh, neat.
It was massive.
So is the Starship Enterprise.
Right, right. I'm appropriately redoing my house in the Elven Quarter. I had it all redone with stone, but
Did you notice that once the end dragon you kill, that there's a hole above him after he's laying there, or her?
yeah, because when you destroy the pillars, it collapses the ceiling and it lets the sunlight in, and that's what blinds her, and that's how you're able to get up and poke her with the spear.
Do you think you can get up in that hole?
Probably not, but you can try.
Everything's like, can't build here.
Right.
Have either of you played WildStar? It's not available anymore. It's a MMO that was shut down.
No, never heard of it.
Mm.
That game had the most insane housing system I've ever seen in a MMO. Or really a game, as far as being able to build things that you imagine and dream up.
That'd be cool.
It was wild. Pardon the pun. But
Right.
yeah, I saw somebody... I saw people that built like whole cities in their housing, like on their housing plot, things like that. With,
Oh my god, I think I can get up there.
Oh no.
I just fell off the beam. Son of a gun.
Let's see.
Gotta take
where
these
is-
speed boots off. I'm going too fast.
Then you take the speed boots off and you go, why am I going so slow?
This is why I don't put the speed boots on anymore.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just like, oh my god, I'm right here.
Yeah.
Like, you'd let me rebuild the beam.
Nice.
Oh, jeez. Quit falling.
Yeah, fell again. I am starving again. But yeah, so I don't know. There are probably some videos or so online still on YouTube with different WildStar builds.
I have to check them out.
Huh. Well, where's my escape from here, Battlehammer?
Belrog's lair.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I got the rope here. God dang it. Help me out, I will. How we do this?
Well, I think the beam is blocking climbing all the way up the ladder.
I gotta starve to death because that speed boot buff is still on me.
No, drop your backpack and put it back on.
Let's try this.
Oh, I thought you had it.
I thought I had it too, but then I caught on something.
Oh,
Come on. No. Wonder if if I'm hitting a ceiling of some sort.
oh, I'm up. Oh, crap. God.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what would get you up there?
A goat.
A furniture tower.
Oh, hey, this way. Oh, what? Come on. Come on.
Yep. There's something floating up there too. You see it? Is it a keg? There's always kegs floating all over the place. You got it.
Sort of? Well, this is interesting.
You're up there by my view. That is cool.
Up here, but I cannot, like, the area above the hole is like, there's like an invisible wall. You see what I mean?
Yes. If I crouch. There's rope hanging up here. You see that?
Oh, yeah. I think that's from your old ladder. The one that I deconstructed and replaced.
Ah.
Okay, let's see. Can we... Nope. And I'm dead.
What?
I fell.
How'd you do that?
I hit the invisible wall and I bounced off and fell.
I'm coming. You all the way at the bottom? There you are.
Thank you.
What the heck? Do we gotta try a different area?
Maybe. Guess we could see if we can get up some other way. I suspect that the area that has that window in it, where the scaffolding falls down.
Yeah.
During the fight, is probably like there's probably a physical mesh, like a solid piece of invisible whatever in that spot.
Barrier.
Yeah.
There, I just built a rope ladder right there. Can you get up it?
Well, if I can get onto it, maybe.
I'm telling you, step ladders.
Yeah, except I don't think I have the materials for step ladders.
I'll be there in a
Is that
second.
ant wood?
I think it's...
Ah,
What is it, actually?
Probably just wood. In which case I might have the materials.
Yep.
But it might be...
6 pieces of wood per step ladder.
Also need to build a hearth, though.
Let me place these columns, then I'll come over there. Because I have everything you need.
Yep, no luck.
dang.
Okay, let's see. Build. I have the materials for a camp hearth.
Let me put a door on my house. And then I'll drop a map stone and head your way.
So I can build, let's see.
Hey, Sprouts, how's it going?
So I get up here, I'm trying to place one of those quick platforms, and it's red everywhere I go.
Yeah.
Except for one spot, and now I can't get it back to that one spot.
What kind of meltdown, Kasumi? Apparently we're missing Discord drama.
Oh.
Is it better to have a controller than a mouse?
No? Is it ever better to have a controller than a mouse?
I don't think so, but I'm just questioning my choices right now because I can build above me.
Oh, we're doing good, Sprouts. I had some audio issues in the beginning, but Alaskan helped me get them figured out.
God dang it.
Balrog's Lair. On my way.
We go to furniture and find step ladder? Is that what you're saying?
I'm on my way.
Yeah. Well, I got 3 step ladders up, but that's as far as my hearth extends.
We need a big hearth.
That big enough? Need more
Let's
wood?
see. Step ladder. Oh, it allows me to add this onto the top. Wonder if anybody can do this faster than me.
I don't think anybody could do it faster than you. You're like Flash. Because I fell off this thing 5 times already. Just trying to get up here. I'm like, what am I doing wrong?
Trying to pass.
There's
through
6.
solid-
I fell 6 times.
Oh, I'm out of wood. It's all yours. I was worried I wasn't lining those up very well. That looks even worse than I expected.
I mean, I ran right up them. I didn't have to jump or anything, so didn't get hung up on any of them.
You find the ceiling already?
No, I got caught up on that quick platform.
Ah.
Maybe I did find the ceiling. Yeah, I think I did.
Find this machine.
I built some quick platforms above me up there, and now I can't destroy them.
Oh yeah, that'll happen if you build into a
Yeah.
an obstacle space.
I think that's as high as we're getting. I can't even get to the last 2 step ladders that were built. But Battlehammer got up there higher than I did, so am I getting caught on something?
Oh, can you go a quick platform to the left?
No, because I can't even jump.
See, I can't even see you guys from the light down here.
Yep, I can't jump either.
I can't get off the ladder. That step ladder is as high as I can go. Or that rope ladder is as high as I can go. I can jump off of it, but I can't grab anything higher than that.
Gotta jump to the left.
Okay, now I'm up on the...
I put some quick platforms up above. Oh, good, you got them destroyed.
Ah!
I see you, no don't. You're awful shiny.
Okay, let's see. Nope. Oh.
I can't go any closer. I can't go towards I will from here. I think that's where the barrier's at, I think. Yep, that's it. You stuck up there?
I am stuck up here. Can you even see me?
Yeah, I see, yeah. How close are you to dying?
Oh, I got a ways.
Kasumi wants a free cam picture.
Can she see me smiling up here? 'Cause all I see is my hammer Zorak torch.
Oh, we got a siege.
Oh, I'm getting down.
Oh, interesting. The free cam won't
We got more.
pass
go up
into that
there?
space either. Yep.
You couldn't see me then? Son of a gun.
Sent that orc flying.
It's a lot of red eye orcs. Waiting for a troll to show up with them.
That'd be cool. Get it right in the sunlight over here.
Right?
The siege has ended. They heard that there was a tower of stepladders being built.
They're trying to get out. Get us out of here.
Yeah, I wanted a troll too. Would have been nice to have a troll statue right here in front of the dragon.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that'd been cool. How bad do you think this dragon smells?
It doesn't matter. You wouldn't be able to smell it anyways.
You're right. You're right. I remember when this Balrog's den was just a black hole.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now there's fire in the eye.
dragon.
Oh, that would have been cool. Been able to get up above there and build a house and be like, look at my pet dragon down below me. Name it Spyro or something.
How do I
I do
not
still
have a
feel
bow?
like- You don't have a bow?
It's alright, I'll make
Ooh.
one. Gotta build a hearth first.
What do we decide? These things spawn back or no?
I don't recall.
I don't think so. Anybody need
What
a
you been
bow
up
or
to,
a
Iowa?
crossbow?
Playing anything good lately?
Well, you know, I still play a fair bit of Deep Rock Galactic, and Davey got me into the new Warhammer Space Marine game.
What was it? I've been dying for some Deep Rock.
Yeah, you should join me sometime.
You know it. Now that I'm back and I got some free time. Well, I should be having some free time again.
Don't speak too soon.
Right. You know how it goes. It's like right when you think there's nothing going on, it's like,
Yeah.
who opened up the floodgates?
There is no
How's that new
earthly
Warhammer?
way I am out of feathers.
Do you need some arrows?
No, I was just making crossbow bolts.
What do you need?
I don't need anything. I've got 180 crossbow bolts, so I should be good, but it just told me that I was out of feathers, but I thought I had 9,999 feathers in my bag, so I don't know how that happened.
You were wrong. The game's never wrong. Oh,
But I think you asked how the Warhammer game is.
yes.
It's fun. It's hard. Compared to Deep Rock Galactic, at least in my opinion. There's a lot of, I think part of it is there's a lot of reflex-based, like, stuff you have to, like, you get, like, these, when enemies are attacking you, you get a ping with, like, a red or a blue, like, symbol that flashes on your screen. To indicate whether you need to dodge or block. And you have very little time between that warning and having to block. And on top of that, if like two enemy, there's a window for like you block and then you can't block again, right? Which is kind of typical. So if you get like two enemies on you that are both synced up, one will attack you and you'll be able to block or dodge it, and then the next one will attack. And as far as I can tell, there's really nothing you can do. So that's quite a bit different from like Deep Rock Galactic, which is you can pretty much like bunny hop around and kite enemies and just stay alive by kiting. Whereas in Space Marine, you really kind of have to up your game on in terms of being able to respond quickly to things.
There goes
Well,
one.
there's now in a Space Marine. Do you got to repair pipes and stuff?
No.
No.
Nope.
Just
No
fight
pain.
and build, or just fight?
It's mostly just fighting. Kill the enemies of mankind.
There's another one. Oh,
Which-
I thought.
It's definitely fun. I don't see it having quite as much staying power with me as Deep Rock has. But to be honest, I think in terms of playing a game for a continuous amount of time without getting burnt out on it, Deep Rock has significantly topped any other game that I've played for me.
Oh yeah, that one's fun.
Yeah. I mean,
There's another one.
I've been playing Deep Rock since beta or early access. Since early
Nice.
access, and I haven't really burnt out on it. I think I took a break from it once to play Satisfactory, actually. And aside from that, even picking up other games, I've still continued to play Deep Rock Galactic. So I don't think Space Marine 2 will have that kind of longevity for me. But I do think it's a very fun game. And if you like challenging games that require reflexes and you get to kill, massive swarms of enemies, it's a pretty good game. It's definitely really, what's the word? High intensity game.
I've checked that out. Can you be any race, just like in Warhammer, or are you just the dwarf?
I wish. Unfortunately, you don't get to play a dwarf.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Space Marines are technically human, right?
Yeah, the Space Marines are all humans, and you only play the Space Marines, so it's not even like you can't even play like the Imperial Guardsmen, regular humans. You have to play the Space Marines, which are these genetically engineered like superhumans. They're like 9-foot tall giants or 8-foot tall giants. So.
Oh, jeez.
And they wear this like
Power armor.
Heavy power armor. They're definitely the, what's the word? Like, testosterone loaded alpha male, like fantasy human.
Oh, dang. Got him.
It's actually, that's actually probably one of the biggest disappointments to me in the game, even though it's totally falls within my expectation of what I expect of the game. But in terms of the setting, Warhammer 2 has so many other like factions that I find more interesting. So, while the Space Marine, it's fun, I think it would be really cool if we could play, Eldar, Necrons, Orcs,
Dwarves,
even the Imperial Guardsmen, and the Dwarves, because the Dwarves have been reintroduced into the Warhammer 40k setting.
Yep.
So I would really love to see either an expansion to Space Marine 2 or another game along the lines of either the Space Marine style of game or the Dawn of War, like a Dawn of War 4 game that featured the Dwarven faction as a playable faction.
Hey, I will race to the bottom. You want to race to the bottom?
You can just jump off, right?
Right. I was hoping you'd jump off with me. Be like, hey, I might be dead, but I won. There he goes too.
Fine.
He beat me. I went to follow you, and I got hung up on the railing that I was standing on.
That's what took you so long.
Yep.
And I was down here just dying from the weight.
Oh shit! I'm gonna have to jump off, guys. This is fun. Let's do this again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every Friday night, bud.
And hit me up for Deep Rock sometime.
You know it. All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
Later.
See ya.
I wasn't with you guys when you passed through this room during the dragon fight because I had run back to base to get something and to get metal fragments. And
Oh, right, yeah.
all I remember hearing was Moria going, "That's a lot of rope ladders."
Well, what I was imagining was that maybe, just maybe, I could race up the rope ladders and then get to that map stone and activate it and get you to pour it in before before Miriak killed off all the drakes.
Right. I had ported back to the Bone Horde, and I was about halfway between the Bone Horde mapstone and the door leading out of that first dragon fight area when you said the mapstone's activated. So I turned around and ran back to it because I knew it'd be quicker than climbing up that mountain.
Yeah, it probably still was, but
Could you not get the Lombus from the base?
oh, I'm starving. I did not, but I still actually have a little bit left from the
There you go.
deck you gave me before.
I'm gonna go back and work on my elven house a little bit more. Because I have 0 inspiration for the crossroads right now.
Gotcha. Yeah.
At least I accomplished covering up the ranger camp.
So I've been curious. As I recall, you did get Deep Rock Galactic and try it out.
Yeah,
But
I
I
tried
don't
it. I tried it one time. Like I played for, I think I played through like the first, like the tutorial missions, and then I bounced around the base for a little bit, but I haven't been back to it. Not because I didn't like it. I've just been doing other things. So
Yeah. Okay.
I wouldn't be opposed to trying it again, but I'm not a first-person fan. So
Yeah.
I did look at. I very briefly looked at Deep Rock Survivor.
Oh yeah.
Have you played that one?
Yeah. Davey actually gifted it to me. So.
Oh, okay. How's that one? Because that's top down, isn't it?
It's top down. It's an auto shooter, which it's fun, especially for an auto shooter. But it's one of those games that for me, I have to be in a very specific mood to play because it's a single player game, and it's kind of a
Oh, okay.
it's a very what's even the word for it? Let me just describe the gameplay, so in case you aren't very clear on what an auto shooter is. In an auto shooter, you control basically a sprite or character on a map that you move around, and that's really all you do.
Yeah, all the attacks are automated. You don't have any control over whether you're shooting or not.
Right. And so you're just trying to figure out like what path is going to be the optimal path for you to take to survive, gather resources, and complete your objectives in order to be able to upgrade your equipment so that you can shoot faster, shoot with more things, so on and so forth.
Right.
And you can pick those out, so you do have some control, but it's not an incredibly dynamic or complex experience.
Right.
So it's very much like a question of like what
It's a pretty
what works
passive
for you.
game.
I wouldn't say passive, but it's definitely kind of a zen. Like you focus on exactly what you're doing, and there's really no more than that.
Right.
So
Which, I mean, that game doesn't sound like I'm not rushing out to buy it, but it definitely would have its place in my
yeah,
library.
yeah, and it has a place in my library too. I do enjoy it from time to time, but
Now, do you think that enjoyment comes from because it's truly enjoyable, or do you think it comes from it's more because it's a Deep Rock property and it's got that lore attached to it?
I think it's because more than anything, it's novel among my game collection.
Okay.
Yes, I do like the fact that it's tied to Deep Rock, but Deep Rock is not probably one of the biggest complaints I have with the Deep Rock franchise, at least as it is at this time, is that it has very little lore.
Okay.
It is what makes Deep Rock Galactic fun is just the sort of the gameplay loop experience, and the way the assets are designed. Like, the characters are kind of fun compared to games which take themselves a little bit too seriously.
Right.
So, and I don't really think, and well, I wouldn't, I probably would never pick up another auto shooter, largely because, partially because of the theming. I think that, I don't know that plays a huge picture in. Why do my quick platforms? I keep placing quick platforms where it says they should be good and then they collapse.
That's weird.
But,
It says they should be good, like they're the normal color, or they're yellow, or
yeah, they're yellow.
okay. Not that I have
They're
any
yellow.
answer for that, but I'm just curious, like
Yeah.
something to note type of a thing.
Okay. Well, I got one placed and now I'm building again. Yeah. So I think that that answered your question.
Yeah. Yep.
I'd love to see the Deep Rock lore fleshed out. I don't think I ever will.
Right.
I don't think that's really a core part of their strategy. They just are trying to make a fun game.
Right. I mean,
And that is one of the... Go ahead.
I've never looked into the Deep Rock lore or anything like that. I assumed it was more lore heavy because there's so many people out there that are like, you say dwarves and they say rock and stone. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
So,
Yeah, and you would think, but on top of that, like, it is surprising because I tend to like prefer lore heavy games and settings. Like, I got into Return to Moria because I really appreciate the depth of Tolkien's world.
yeah.
I was interested in Space Marine 2 for kind of the same reason. It's Space Marines may be my least favorite faction, or one of my least favorite factions in the entire setting,
Right.
but the setting itself is just so intricate and interesting to me.
Yep. I've never gotten deep into Warhammer, but I appreciate the fact and part of the reason I haven't gotten into it is because there's so much lore there that it would be very consuming. Like, I would get very consumed by it and spend a lot of time learning the lore, and I don't want to do that because I already have a lot of time consumed by things like that, and I'm never going to buy into the game like the tabletop game, because it's so cost prohibitive. But I'd rather spend my tabletop money elsewhere.
Yeah. It is, I have, like, probably enough for a small army. Mm-hmm. Not a full army, but it's all been gifted to me.
The big question is it painted?
Half of it is.
Nice.
My wife, who was involved in most of the incidents of me being gifted the different figures, minis for it. Likes painting minis, so
Okay.
she's painted them for me.
Does she play Warhammer?
No,
Okay.
no,
Just likes painting. That's good too.
yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
And it's kind of funny. She does like board games, but So I wouldn't actually be too surprised if she enjoyed playing Warhammer more than I do,
Right.
because I'm less of a board gamer than she is.
Gotcha.
I'm typically more into role-playing games like D&D and stuff.
Right. I'm really like hankering to get my D&D group back up and running because we've been dormant for a long time, but I don't want to play. I'm done spending my time DMing, running the D&D property. There's other games that I would like to try, and I'm of course constantly working at some level on my own game. So, and I'd kind of like to try other games just to help me farm mechanics for, or at least farm ideas for mechanics for my game. So,
Right. Yeah.
but so I've been looking at. There's a game called Shadow Dark I've been looking into.
Okay. Yeah. I've played Shadow Dark only once.
How do you like it? How'd you like it?
It's good. It was kind of like reminded me a lot of old school, like early Dungeons and Dragons, like
Right.
prior to second edition.
Yeah, and that's it. That's kind of what it was. It's kind of supposed to be a blend. Everything that I've heard the creator talk about, it's kind of a blend of old school, like the OSR stuff, and 5th edition.
Okay. Yeah. I've played very little 5th edition.
Like the advantage disadvantage mechanic comes from 5th edition and stuff like that. But
Okay.
and the luck token mechanic is kind of 5th edition based too. How'd you like the real timer for the torches?
Mixed feelings on it.
Yeah.
You know, it's I think overall nice, but it's one of those things that's going to really depend on your DM. Like, our DM decided to fiddle with it, like progress it faster whenever we started to talk,
Oh, okay.
discuss stuff. And that's understandable, but the people I was playing with were people that I didn't know. And trying to like just wing things with people that you don't know
Yeah.
is, in my experience, always a bad idea in a role-playing game.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, you got to get a feel for each other and learn how to work together.
yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's
feel like
unfortunate, but
That was a game master issue more
yeah, I think the core idea behind the real-time timer for torches is that if you get caught up talking and planning and like inadvertently delaying the game or purposely delaying the game, that clock is always ticking.
right.
You know, where like if it's not a real-time timer, if it's an in-game timer, and you pause to discuss tactics because you're not agreeing on something, you're like, well, that wasn't our characters delaying, that was us delaying. So
Yeah.
yeah, that was probably not a great move on the game master's part. Not that I don't want to judge too harshly because I don't know the person, but
Right.
that's my
Yeah.
my knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah, I think that was pretty much my gut reaction on it too. But you know,
I mean,
I'm sure he was just trying to
Yeah,
ensure that we're doing the content instead of whiling away.
right. Sorry, Kasumi, I just saw your comment, but we were talking about Deep Rock Survivor, It's a spin-off of Deep Rock Galactic. Trying to think if there's any other games I've tried recently, but I think Conan was it. I've almost bought Dragon Wilds multiple times and then talked myself out of it.
Well, I think when we, at some point, like, you know, now I don't know, you know, something better might come out, or the world might end, or
Right.
whatever. But if we're all playing together at the point where, like, we're all ready to buy the game, I think that would be a good, natural
Yes.
sort of successor in terms of, like, something that our group could do together.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Well, which is another way of me saying, like, if you and everybody else has it, let me know.
Right, right.
I'll see about coming up with.
Everybody that I've talked to that's played it has me really interested in the building system.
Yeah.
But
I watched Davey
Davey.
streaming it,
Yeah.
so it looked.
I need to go back and watch that stream. I saw him streaming it a little bit, but he was in the first maybe like 45 minutes of gameplay or half hour of gameplay when I tuned in, and then I didn't get to hang around and watch him actually get into the building, so
Yeah, gotcha.
I need to go back and check it out. But also, no matter how good the building is, the rest of the gameplay has to be up to standards. Like I know that I could download a mod for Valheim or Enshrouded and go in there and just build and probably have fun doing it, but I would spend less time in a game like that building than I would in a game like Moria, because I really enjoy the rest of the gameplay of Moria too.
Yeah, yeah. Enshrouded's actually all right, the rest of the gameplay. Like, once you get a little bit more into it, the skill tree really makes a difference. I honestly have some mixed feelings about the way that works, in that, like, you don't want to have to progress ideally you don't want to have to progress too far into a game before you actually feel like you're playing the full game.
Right.
And that is a problem with Enshrouded, because you've got to get like half the way through the game to get really where you feel like you've got access to enough to like have the full experience. Although I think like if you join a world that is like completed, you can speedrun that process.
Gotcha.
Or not even completed, but like progressed by another player.
Right.
I don't really recall Valheim's progression well enough to speak to that one at all.
Thanks, Sprouts. Sprouts was complimenting me on my fireplace.
Something fancy, or just
I did a corner fireplace with a stone hearth. Usually when I do a corner fireplace, I use something small like a campfire hearth or a small hearth. And this is probably the best looking one that I've ever done. Anytime that I've done them with a stone hearth, I've deleted them because I didn't like how they turned out. But this one I like, I'm gonna keep. It's lined up pretty good. So, but I've got like some of the small granite columns on either side, and then I used the archway bases to make a nice rounded, a nice angled corner where the two walls meet. So
I think I'm going to come take a look, but
yeah,
I see some wolves wandering around, so I should probably close the fortress gates when I...
right. I think it would make sense to have a stove inside the house and a roasting pit outside the house.
Yay! You have a proper hood on it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I really don't like doing, I mean, there's no second floor above that for the smoke to go through, but I don't like the idea, again, kind of like a role-playing realism aspect to it. I don't want the whole place filling up with smoke, so.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks pretty nice.
Thanks. I want to get up higher and kind of finish it off all the way to the ceiling, but I haven't been all the way up there yet.
Right.
What's up?
I just imagined you putting a table in here, which I expect you will do.
Yes.
Although you might not use the meal table, but if you put a meal table in here, and then I imagined doing something like connecting your house to the rest of the base with a hearth snuck in somewhere.
Right, right.
So that food ends up over here.
Yep. That'd be funny. Sorry, guys, you're going to have to come to my house to eat. So when we started this world, the idea was like progress and like work our way through the mine, like work our way through the western halls, so Westgate, the Elven Quarter, and the mines, and then everybody pick a spot to build and build a small house or a base or whatever they wanted to build, and then move on to the next area, right? And then I don't know what happened to that idea. I missed the session and I came back and you guys had all like built a conglomerate base over where it is now. And I was like, okay, well, no big deal. I'll just go over there. But because then it became like just keep progressing. But so I'm glad that I had fun playing it, of course, but I'm glad to be done and kind of getting back to the building thing. So I will probably work my way through each area of the game and find a place to build something. So.
Right.
I wish we had some smaller barriers so I could make some kind of a hood over here.
Like, are you thinking something that doesn't go down quite as far?
Like something like that isn't so wide and doesn't stick out quite that far. Especially since that's now sticking out of the front of the building.
All right, yeah.
Which, it doesn't look terrible, but it doesn't look good either. I could just push the stovepipe into the wall, but I don't know if the wall will be wide enough to not have it stick out the back. My mouse has been double clicking and building doubles of everything right on top of each other. Like, it does it so fast that the game doesn't have a chance to register it. That looks good. It's not poking through back here, and I don't see smoke in the house, so. Not perfect, but better than it was. Kasumi said, what about a granite or adamant block with railings on the front? It's a possibility. As long as the snapping doesn't ruin it. I just wish it was a little sloped on the top.
If you ever do play Satisfactory, look for a mod called Micromanaged.
Okay.
It allows you to select anything that you've placed, move it around, but also resize it.
Oh, nice.
So that means that you can basically place a whole bunch of pieces and then cobble them together at different sizes and shapes in order to combine them into kind of whatever you want.
Right. Can you run outside and tell me if that's poking through the wall? The railing probably is,
Yes,
huh?
but leave it, because I suspect that if you get creative, you can do something with that. That'll
Yeah.
look fun.
Yeah. So I could... Before I destroy the light that I have there, let me see. Thanks, Kasumi.
I'm thinking like putting like some wooden post pieces on the
On the
front, and
corners.
then maybe banners off of that or something.
Oh, yeah.
Just some ideas.
Actually, if I could get those rails to stick out a little bit further, I could put a lamp behind it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, like putting lights behind lattices.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, I almost had it. Like that.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that. What do you think about the posts?
I think the posts are a good idea, but they don't work quite as well as the concept.
Yeah. I wonder, so those... We have two different kinds of posts. Kasumi says no posts.
Maybe try. Okay.
Let me see here. So that's the That post was the
That was the top.
wooden
Wooden
post crown.
Right.
Oh, isn't there another one that I...
There's also a wooden post shaft and a wooden post base and a wooden post. Like you could try the wooden post and see if that goes too far up into the ceiling.
Yeah, that's going to go too far up.
Yep, way too far up.
Yep. But Sprouts agrees with no post too. And it's not that I'm not listening to you or Kasumi, but I still have to test.
I don't know what she's deconstructed, but that was working.
Okay, so
Not sticking through.
nothing's sticking through there. So again, my mouse double clicked and I put 2 of those wooden posts on the top. So I just deleted one of them.
Gotcha.
Now I want to come out here and delete this extra lamp and see what the lighting effect actually looks like.
I mean, that looks pretty good on my
Yeah, I
Screen.
like that. I like the shadow it casts too.
Yeah.
So now the question here is, posts or no posts? I kind of like the posts. Not so. I'm still not so sure about them on the inside, but I almost feel like I haven't even heard her comments come through, let alone post on there. Sprouts told me that Kasumi's comments aren't showing in the chat anymore, and I'm not hearing that. I've got it set up like Muriak does. I don't know if you've watched any of his streams, but he has a bot that announces the chats to him.
Oh, interesting.
And that's how I have it set up too, except when you watch Muriak's stream, you can hear it announce the chat. So you're hearing what he hears. You're hearing the bot read your comment.
Oh, interesting. I would never. I would not follow what the bot was telling me.
Right,
I would be like, I know the bot just said something. I have no idea what it was.
right. It's rough. Like sometimes, like it's really good for me when I'm streaming by myself. But I've noticed tonight that I've had some time. If I sounded like I was stuttering over what I was saying, it's because my bot was reading the chat to me and I was having trouble talking over what they were saying because my brain wanted to listen to what the bot was saying, but the other part of my brain wanted to keep talking.
Yeah.
So,
My brain can pretty much only manage one thing at a time.
right. So I was liking this, except now it's terribly uneven.
So it is.
So we're going to go back to this. And if we just have one piece of railing for everything to snap to, it should line up better. Theoretically.
Optimism.
Sometimes it's all we have. Oh, come on. What was that? That's the game saying, screw your optimism.
Just reality asserting dominance.
Right. There we go, that's better. Kind of. Except how is the bottom horizontal bar of that top railing poking through? I guess the top is too. Just not as noticeable. Actually. Nope, lattice isn't going to work at all. I was going to try and do the single lattice panel on the top, but it didn't want to. It said no. It wouldn't let me push it in properly. It either wanted to go all the way in and not be seen or stick out too far. This doesn't want to work for me anymore either. There we go. I think I like it.
Yeah.
I'd like to do another one of these light fixtures on the second story, but I don't feel like beating my head against that wall. I'm now also realizing that I don't think we have that piece anymore. The granite barrier above the windows over here is different because the one on the left I placed and the one on the right was pre-placed by the game.
Right. Yeah.
And we don't have that. Can I make it? No. Because I have I could use like the narrow wall section or the narrow wall base or the narrow wall crown in the center and then put small granite block on each side, but we don't have the small granite block with that crown on it.
But we do have... That requires...
What we're looking for is the top layer of the top row of the simple wall. And we don't have a separate piece for that anymore. If it were an old world, we would, but well, that sucks. well. I'm happy with the set dressing that I managed to save in this house too. Like the bags and the barrel and the chair that's upstairs.
That's one of the reasons why I don't usually smash stuff as we're running through.
Yep.
Because I'm like, yeah, I know that looks like a mess right now, but if I cleaned up 90% of this, if I was building here and I cleaned up 90% of this selectively, there might be some things that I actually want to work with.
Right. I noticed when we were out there looking at those windows that those weren't repaired.
Oh, yeah, I did see a little bit of damage somewhere in a few places.
I would like to save this chair, but it kind of no longer has a place. Like, I don't know what to put there to make it look right with it being at that angle.
Well, what about, a round table?
Yeah.
Like,
I also thought
round
about a bookcase against that wall.
you know, if you, well, actually, I might as well say it. This window right here, like one of the problems that we were having when you were standing outside looking up at this, is that this has a, thing at the top. This doesn't have a thing at the top.
Oh, really?
And if you put something, there's a way to put something at the top with the pieces that we have, but it creates a wall, right?
Right.
But what if you put a solid wall here, put the bookcase here, in front of this wall,
Yeah.
and put like a little table over here to make like a little reading space for the
Yeah.
bookcase.
Let me go out and look at that piece and just so I get the right piece selected. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. It's going to take some, so instead of placing the wall, then the barrier at the top, we place the wall, or the barrier, then the wall. Well, except no, because I'm going to place
So
it.
use a
and you tell
narrow
me what
wall
you think.
crown at the top middle, and then use the narrow unadorned wall on each side, and then in the middle just use like barrier blocks or
Yep. Gotcha. Would we say narrow unadorned wall?
narrow unadorned wall. Does look a little bit strange without a window under it, but it's
That's all right, though.
a more consistent match.
Yeah.
getting sidetracked on the mission of repairing some stuff out here.
No worries. There's not bookcases poking through the wall out there, is there? The wall that we just built?
Nope, I don't see
Okay.
any.
Put some candelabras up there too.
Nice.
And an extra chair. And I like how the chairs aren't perfectly lined up and it makes them look like somebody just pushed away from the table and left the chair there.
Yeah. Yeah, more than like, I can actually cope with a lot of the building pieces not being rotatable to 45 degrees.
Yeah.
Although I'd really like to see it.
Yep.
But the fact that chairs and things like that can
Yeah.
only be rotated at 90 degrees
Right.
increments, just it really irritates me.
Right. Now the question is, where do I put the bed?
Well, first we build a table. Then we attach a flying carpet to the side of the table.
And we float the bed right there in the middle of the open
Yeah.
area. If I could make a way up to it easily enough. This is not going to look good, but I'm going to check it out anyways. My brain is already telling me no, but
Make like a little loft.
yeah. But then I have to put either a set of stairs, which there's not enough room for a set of stairs, right? It's going to eat up all this space if I try to put stairs in there. Or I have to put a rope ladder. And I think the rope ladder looks a little too low rent for this build. I don't know, what do you think?
It's your build.
Yeah, but I like to hear other people's opinions.
I don't think it's necessarily a no for me. It's not like a hard no. It's just like one of those things like how would I like make that look intentional?
Right. So with that in mind, let's see here. Where is it? I don't know. Does that look a little better?
Need some greenery on each side of the ladder. Like 2 potted plants or anything.
Yeah. Holy crap, that thing's big. They're all so big. This one's not terrible. Too big though.
Is that the smallest plant we have?
It is the smallest plant we have, but I have another idea. Yeah, those are pretty big too. So here are my two options. And then plant something in either one of them.
Yeah.
I like the pot look better than the farm patch, but I wish the pot was as small as the farm patch, like as short as the farm patch.
Hmm. And we don't really... Yeah, that floor isn't really thick enough to shove it through.
Mm-mm.
Unless you wanted to build, like, maybe put a pillar directly under it. But, nah.
Yeah, I'd break up the kitchen space
Yeah.
in a weird way. And this
Too bad you
is-
can't turn, like, have the bottom of the pot sticking through the floor and then, like, put, like, a dome light on the bottom of it.
Right. We'll see how this treats us. Give me 1 second.
Oh, right.
That doesn't look terrible. I wish it was more centered down here.
Right, yeah. Need a good way to decorate these things.
Kasumi is saying to add a column of spiral steps to get up to the loft. Except, I don't know. I've never tried to do that. I think it would take up more space than one would assume.
I see something. Over there.
Is that a pillar
I
that you
see
placed right
something.
there?
Over there.
Where?
Look up at the roof of your house.
Yep, it sure is. Because,
I'm going to balance that out one way or the other.
well, yeah, for sure. But what happened was this pillar on the same side, like, doesn't reach all the way to the roof line, and then they put
Yeah.
a column base there, and I wasn't paying attention because I placed it from the inside. So,
Yeah. I assumed so, but I just happened to look up there and I was like,
yep, good call.
that looks a bit weird.
Right. I mean, in some weird way, it could be a chimney, but it doesn't make sense as a chimney either.
Yeah,
so
it doesn't quite.
It's in a
work for it.
bad place for a chimney. Sprout says we need half tiles, and I don't. Oh, so this is where the spiral stair on a column fails. Because now my head is going to get caught.
Mm.
Yep, stuck.
There we go. I think it's funny how things just explode.
Right. And like catastrophically too. It's not like they just crumble and fall apart. They literally explode.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you rigged it with dynamite.
And I think what makes it particularly funny to me is like it harkens back to so many stressful experiences in early gameplay.
Right.
It's like everything just exploding and being
Yeah.
like,
You load into
what
your
did I
world
do?
and everything just starts going boom, boom, boom. And you're like, no, how do I stop it?
that's the neat part.
All right. That's the thing. You don't. Yep. Didn't mean to jump all the way down.
Yeah, the early days of this game were, in particular, one of those things that just reaffirmed like my
Right.
comfort in being a PC gamer versus
Yes.
choosing console. It's like, yes, I just lost everything and I have a backup.
Yep. Ooh, shadow orcs. That means there could be a fell beast.
Oh, hey, stop that. Hopefully they didn't destroy anything.
I wasn't sure what I was going to do with this building anyways, but they didn't destroy anything that I can't repair, so.
Okay,
Or
that's good.
replace. Surprisingly, this this piece of fence is the only thing that was here that I couldn't replace, I think. So, well, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
And now I'm toying with the idea of destroying this window and replacing it with the matching wall that's next to it.
Let me just...
Might be able to place it right over top of that window without having to destroy it. Like so.
Yeah, you could do that.
That way if I change my mind about it. So I think over here I will do, I don't know, like half forge, half outdoor kitchen, like roasting pit and an oven. Maybe.
So you get your food alchemy and your metallurgy right next to each other?
Yeah, I mean, I could do, like, I had the forge and the furnace set up over here to begin with, but I could put a wall. And then I could have the roasting pit in the oven here and have this open out to the front. And then have a little smithy shop over here.
Yeah. You could set up a stable right out front of it, so you have your horse, you have your place where you cook the horse.
Right, right.
You have to. And you have the place where you shoe the horse.
Right. This is the first time I'm paying attention to the fact that we don't have these little curved cornices to build. Like the braces between the bottom of the column and the crossbeam.
Yeah, gotcha. You're right. That is another piece that we don't have.
Actually, the more I think about it, the more I think that the proximity of the outdoor kitchen and the smithy are too close to each other, and I think I might do the outdoor kitchen on the other side of the house, over by nearer to the waterfall.
That sounds like a better idea to me.
Yeah.
I've also had some vague ideas of in the past that this would be a neat place to put an outdoor dining area,
Yeah.
overlooking the waterfall.
Right. Did you ever see the build I did? They did that challenge in the Discord. I don't know if you were hanging around at that point, but it was called Diners, Dwarves, and Dives. And the build I did for that was in a cranberry room. And in the in the bog area of the cranberry room, I tore that house down and I built like a shrine to the ancestors type of thing, and then like a Japanese style water garden, like with the polished floor walkways, and then I put a bunch of farm plots everywhere and put plants in them. And then that house that's up on the bluff in that same room, I tore down and redesigned into like a hibachi style restaurant with outdoor seating and
neat.
stuff.
I don't recall seeing that.
I'll have to post a link. I made a tour video for it, so I'll have to post a link for it for you.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to see that.
It was a fun build to do. I like the way it turned out. And that was like it got mentioned when the devs talked about the challenge, based on the fact that that was the first time they had seen anybody use armor stands as NPC stand-ins.
Yeah.
What's up?
I just had a thought of, like, instead of giving us NPCs, what if they just gave us the ability to build armor stands that looked like actual dwarves?
Right, they could hold weapons and tools and stuff.
Right.
They have
And
a
it
little
just
bit
used
more
one of the dwarves
mannequin-esque to
from our
them.
character
Right.
roster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd personally be not terribly upset about it. I mean, I'd like more out of my NPCs than that, but not a lot more. If that makes sense. I was like, which one of us is starving? Oh yeah, it's me.
I'm gonna rejoin the world
You get kicked out?
for my Steam.
Oh. What's the purpose of that?
I have the DLCs in Steam.
Oh, okay.
I do not under Epic, so
Makes sense.
but in Epic I can use the mods, so it's kind of
Right.
Oh, this is funny.
What's up?
He must have given me some lembas that I still have on this dwarf. So.
Come on
Oops,
now.
I'm trying to smash that.
It's almost done. Doing 5 points of damage per hit. I suppose I could get Durin's axe out. Might work a little bit better.
Okay, are you destroying all these wood floors here? Or just...
No, I just this one here, and then the one that's underneath the forge right here.
Okay.
And then I'm going to replace them with stone floor.
Well, that makes some sense. I certainly wouldn't want to put a forge on a wooden floor.
Right. Yeah, the floors never go down easy. Now, why is that going to be stupid? I guess this one's just low. There we go.
Kind of interesting how the stone texture that's here on the ground just sort of ends.
Yeah.
You have an entirely different texture under this floor here.
Right. Well, they never bothered. They put the wood put the wood floors there, so they never bothered to put another texture over top of it.
Yeah.
It was laziness.
I'm not sure it's laziness, but it says something about the way they constructed the space.
Yeah, and kind of what they expected us to do with it too.
Yeah.
And I know John Paul has said before that they didn't expect the building to be as popular as it is.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising. It tells me that, if nothing else, they didn't have as much familiarity with like what people do in this genre.
Right.
As it was a pretty new venture for them.
Yep.
Come on, I climbed up into that lip once. There we go. Oh right, you can't grab on and climb those beams for some silly reason.
It's ridiculous.
I'm
But
just
that's
trying to
the
get
way
up there
it
to
be.
repair that damage.
Right.
Is there anything else that you see that needs
That
help while I'm up?
that next floor, I don't think you're going to be able to reach it from where you're at, but
Okay. Did that get it all?
I think so.
Okay.
Looks like it. I'm not sure about this wall that's here. You know what?
Sorry.
That's right.
Yeah, the one to your left looks like it needs.
Yeah, that one doesn't want to be targeted very well, but I'll put a platform over there. And yeah, my crosshairs aren't sure. I can see the damage, but I can't target it.
Oh, crud. Now that I've switched over to my Steam account.
That's all right. Not a big deal.
Because that's exactly the type of thing that, that mod helps with.
Right.
I'm glad that things repair a lot more quickly now than they used to.
Right. That's dumb. The floor is not level with these cross beams.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I guess we could just redo the cross beams. Or
Yeah,
not,
but if
not like replace these cross beams, but like expand the cross beams and then run the floor lower so that the floor was sitting on top of them.
I'm not sure what you mean, but I'm willing to watch you work.
Let me see if I have parts.
Well, here, what I'll do is give you access to parts.
Just hang it up.
Yep.
That's a good idea. Where are the cross beams?
In the wood and stone near the bottom of the first section, I think. First or second section.
Oh, yep, there they are.
There you go. We should have access now.
Like, okay. Yep, it does snap to that. So, like...
Okay.
Making something like that. And that,
Yep.
that can be snapped here on the inside, too.
Yeah.
Probably should do that differently. Probably should do it like that.
So we can destroy the floor that's here, the existing floor, and lower it a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And I left my Duran's axe in the pack. There we go. Now it's starting to show some damage. And I'm out of stamina.
There it is. There it is. Come on.
Will my axe do more damage? Nope. Will do no damage.
To center. To get that. Okay, that's just not going to work.
Sitting there letting my stamina regenerate. And I'm got 250 lumbus in my hot bars and like, why am I not eating that?
Good question.
Oh, I don't have a backpack on. That's why I can't pick up that stuff.
No.
get up top to do that.
Pretty decent.
Are those floors touching those cross beams?
Um,
Doesn't look like they are, does it?
they are, but not. It doesn't quite look right.
I think the
You
other,
see what I mean?
Yeah, I think the other option is to sink them into the cross beams a little bit, yeah. Like that.
Yeah, I think that does look better, even though that looks strange to you.
Yeah.
Let's see how that looks from the top, though.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking too. Because those cross beams are going to be sticking through a little bit. It's not terrible though. I mean, they're definitely sticking through, but the part that's
Yeah.
really bad is these posts sticking up through. But
Right.
those aren't.
Now, are we going to bring up a wall on this side? Because we could, like, if we have a ladder coming up or something, we could make like a little gate, and then we could have like fencing or like a barrier along there.
Yeah. Let me see. So you're asking if we're doing that?
Yeah. Like, I don't know if we're doing it there, but if we're doing it between the two rooms below
Oh yeah.
here that
Yeah.
were divided, then
Well,
we
kind-
also don't need those posts at all.
Right.
There's also another thing that comes to mind that we could do is we just stack another layer of wood floors on top of this layer of wood floors.
Yeah. Yep. That'd work.
Interesting. That is fascinating.
What's that?
It's not exactly the length. Does not quite match. Gap right here. Let's. All right.
Oh yeah. So like, yeah, it's not gonna go all the way to the end. That's weird.
Yeah. But I can, do something like this, and then we can stick something in the middle, even if it's just like
Right.
another wood floor that is overlaying
Yep.
on each side. Make it be less noticeable with
Yeah.
symmetry.
We'll have to do the same thing on the end right there. Well, actually, let me see.
Oh, did I not go all the way to the end? Oops. Thought I pushed that one all the way to the end. That's fine.
Yeah, in that barrier there, though, fixed it. Looks a little bit odd from underneath, but not terrible at all.
Well, one thing that I was thinking is, you see how this looks kind of odd right here?
Hey, there's something here.
You know what? We could leave. I would almost leave this open.
Okay.
Because if I'm going to put the furnace and stuff there, and then just end this loft space, just have it on this half of the building.
Okay. That works too.
And
So what we probably want to do is line this one up to match that one there, which you can't see what I'm doing. Let me line
I
that
bet I
up
can find a use for this.
to match this, and then put one in the middle
What's
here.
this?
yeah. So the thing that's throwing me off is I put that stone column there to match where this piece of fence was. And that piece of fence should be like half a space to the left to match up with these cross beams, and then it would make more sense, but it is what it is. Oh, you know what? So these are all your cross beams in here, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So this front cross beam doesn't,
Yeah.
it hangs out over the edge.
Right.
That's what's cutting it short by a tile. Weird. No big deal though. I'm okay with the overlapped floors because I'm not going to be placing anything up there that's going to mess me up. So might get some pallets up there or something, you know.
How's that look?
That looks good. From below it looks good.
Okay. I'm going to try laminating a second layer of floors on the top here.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm not starving. Don't know what you're talking about.
How long had you been starving? Yeah, it looks good.
There's a little bit of something here, but if we do something along the edge, then that might conceal it.
I asked how long you'd been starving for. Epper said, not long enough to die. Fair enough. Fair point.
That's really all I ever know. I mean, I'm either like, oh, I'm starving,
Right.
or oh, I'm starving and I'm dead.
Yeah. How'd I die? Oh, he starved to death. Okay. It's not letting me build the railing. It's showing me that it's the perfect color. And I'm clicking build. Oh, I just got kicked out.
So did I.
That's why it wasn't letting me build. That's probably my sign to go to bed, but I'm going to log back in anyways. Because I wasn't done.
Yeah, things like that are always a reminder that it's time to quit.
Yep.
And yet, for some reason, it's always like, now I have to go back and make sure that everything's okay.
Right. I'm like,
Maybe finish a little bit more while I'm
at it. You can't tell me what to do. So if you and Battlehammer or you and anybody else decide to jump in Deep Rock Galactic or something like that, you're welcome to use voice channels in my Discord server. There's not one currently for Deep Rock Galactic, but if you guys end up getting a streak going, I can always add one. But in the meantime, there's a voice channel titled Shall We Play a Game that you can use for any games that don't have an existing channel.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
My little 80s war games reference. I'm waiting for somebody to remake that movie. Oh, it didn't save the stone column that I made.
Yeah. I kind of figured that it had lost some progress.
Yep.
Yep. It lost the laminated floor as well. What else did it? Yeah. So we've still got this.
Yep.
Here.
Damn the man. We're gonna tell him it crashed, and he's gonna be like, "Well, what crazy thing were you doing this time?" I'll be like, "Nothing. We were refurbishing a building."
Now we have to make up something absolutely ridiculous. Oh, really?
What's that?
I was responding to you, destroying the floor that you were standing on. Oh, did somebody just pop in, or did you just disappear?
Meow.
Oh, Davey.
Hello.
What's
Oh,
up,
no,
Davey?
Not much.
Welcome.
Not much. I jump starting my computer.
Oh, yeah.
It was hilarious. Like, I kept like stopping, and I'm like, I had to like stop what I was doing, and be like, hold on, I gotta jump start my computer. And I just like take the electric air compressor and I just blow it at the fan until the fan blows, and then yeah. But it's been running for a while by itself. Hi, Eppers. Are y'all in the same world or doing your own thing?
We are in Dwarftastic,
Oh, nice.
refurbishing a building in the Elven Quarter.
Dope.
I probably won't last too much longer.
This was basically Axbeard's project, and I started giving my
Great.
input.
Your great advice.
So, I'm assuming it's a building made out of furniture.
We almost went that route.
You have to
The orcs came
use
through and started smashing
dressers
the existing
as
buildings.
walls. Yeah. Use
We
the
made it.
tavern cabinets as walls.
Right. Empress says she's sad that it's not a building made out of furniture.
I am too. I mean, at least then we'd have a good explanation for Miriak on why
Yeah,
we
why
crashed his
we
server.
crashed the server.
Did you crash their server?
It kicked us out just before you logged on.
Oh.
Yeah. And then when we came back in, some progress had been lost.
Sad.
Not a lot, just a tiny bit.
How's the IRLs for either of you? Both of you.
It was a busy day, but good.
Nice.
It started to rain an hour before I was supposed to be done running that grill, and so I ended up cutting out of there because, power wheelchairs and rain don't mix.
Oh yeah.
But then, so I made my food run sooner than I needed to, but what I didn't realize is that I was going to a grocery store that was having a truckload meat sale. It's like their quarterly truckload meat sale. So what was supposed to be like a $30 grocery store trip ended up being a $180 grocery store trip because meat was on super sale, and I found a bottle of Japanese whiskey I've been looking for a while.
Nice.
So pros and cons,
That's a
pros
good
and
bit.
cons.
Well, I mean, that's smart though. You took advantage.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Do that. See how that looks from the bottom. That's not very noticeable. I go with that.
Those stairs aren't perfect. There's a little catch at the top, but it'll be okay.
I ran up them without even noticing it.
Okay.
So.
That's good. Oh my God, did you just eat something before you started starving?
No, I was taking damage.
Oh, okay.
Revelation.
You jumped through that wall right as I was trying to place, through that spot right as I was trying to place a wall.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. It's just funny.
Yeah, I saw some damage on the outside, and I was like, that needs to be taken care of.
Yeah, right.
Not an absolutely needed feature, but it would be kind of useful if we could kind of see what other people were.
Yeah, for sure.
Nothing else, it would provide even more opportunities for trolling.
Right. It's been helpful, like, when I've been on stream building and somebody asks me, oh, how do you do that? And then they can see, like, especially when I'm talking about how to push something into something else.
Yeah.
So it would definitely be useful in game.
Oh, do we want to, like, put stairs up to get up to there?
No, I think a ladder will be okay up to here.
Okay.
Kind of like a more of a deep storage, not always accessed on a daily basis type thing.
Too bad that we don't have some sort of, like, lift that we could build.
Right. True that. I just repaired all these roof pieces, but now I'm wondering if they shouldn't be repaired, because how do you access this lift out here if there's a roof in the way? Right?
Yeah. The placement of that lift is a bit
Questionable.
odd without having, like, floor sticking out next to it at the very least.
Right.
This game's co-op? Wow.
What are you talking about?
Which game?
Raven's Watch.
Ravens.
Never heard of it.
It's a roguelike bullet hell horde, like kind of like horde game where you just like keep killing stuff, level up, you go through all the waves and stuff.
I'm just gonna go ahead and put the roof here for now,
Okay.
and then figure it out later. Are these tall roofs?
Oh, it's like dungeons. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they are.
Tall. Spray paint Axbeard was here on the inside of that.
We were redoing a house one time, and we took paneling. There was paneling on the inside of the garage. We took the paneling off, and on the back side of the sheeting was it said Carlos is a dick. Like, clearly one of the workers was mad at Carlos when they were building the
Yep.
house.
You don't know who Carlos is, but
Right. No clue who Carlos is, but whatever. Clearly he was a dick, so I didn't want to know him anyways.
okay. That needs a barrier right there. On your way.
No, I'm just trying to, so rope ladder there, or rope ladder here. What do you think?
I don't think I'd put it against the back wall myself.
I was thinking the same, and maybe actually putting it here where I'm standing. And then we could actually build a, here, I'll just come down there and do it. Oh, did I destroy that wall too?
Yep.
Awesome. I mean, not really awesome, but
Another option might be.
yeah, that's what I was saying.
No,
that I was
that's.
gonna put,
So, I mean, that's an idea, but it looks kind of like, oh hey, I'm coming up. Now I can jump on this ladder.
right,
No,
which is
no, I can't.
why I was thinking this.
Putting a wall.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be,
But
it doesn't have to be
by the way,
stone.
this is probably something that's not very intuitive, but you might find it useful. Like, and actually, this is probably more useful if you're doing a really big build or a world that you're filling with a lot of objects.
Uh-huh.
But your rendering process is probably optimized in such a way that putting like a 3-wide wall that sticks into the wall or a 3-wide barricade,
Okay.
if you're not going to see that last piece, then sticking 2 of the smaller things side by side.
I gotcha. So
Like-
I have to do sections wooden column here because it's 4 high and or because it's 5 high instead of
Yeah.
4 high. But
Yeah.
then instead of doing single piece of railing or lattice, probably railing because that just makes more sense to me. I'll do the 3-wide one and bury it in the wall.
Yeah. And like, that may not, it may be wrong based on like exactly how they've implemented the rendering in this game. But I've definitely seen a lot of instances where the Unreal Engine just is happier when you have less objects.
Right. Well, and I think the devs have kind of alluded to that in the past. Because at one point they were talking about instituting a piece limit on the building. Like, you could only have so many pieces in a tile or in a bubble.
Yeah. And this may actually be one of the reasons why I've had less, in my early builds, even the more complex ones, I didn't actually see a whole lot of issues with things exploding.
Right.
Not anything near compared to what other people with comparable builds were seeing.
Right.
And I suspect it may be because I finally realized at some point that it might be related to the fact that I minimize the number of objects that I use for
Gotcha.
in any situation.
Do we need a railing out here?
I don't think we do, but if we do have a railing out here, you might want to line that up better.
What do you mean?
The piece of railing that you had right here.
Oh,
That
yeah.
you just removed.
Yeah. I think that no railing out here makes sense because you could, especially with this crane thing above here, you could
Yeah.
see them using it to load onto here like a dock, but this one makes sense so that nobody's falling off this edge.
Right. See something. How does that look?
What's that?
Does that post look weirder or better than the edge of the railing just sticking, being exposed?
Oh, I know. I think it looks good. It looks better, I think. Yeah, I'd say it looks better. The alternative being, let me see something here. So the alternative being now place the railing on top of the crossbeam, and then you don't have to have the post, the short post on the end of the railing. There will be a tiny gap there, but I don't think it's going to be a terrible thing.
That's what you think.
It's one of those things nobody will notice, but we'll know it's there. And that's a problem. I'll be okay with it. If you can live with it.
I think that gets centered. Nope. Maybe it. Okay, I think that's centered.
Looks good to me.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Are you sure? Because I'm not sure I believe you. Come on. Yep. Let's see. I fastened that. What?
No, I wasn't.
can totally remove and replace that banner if you don't like it. I'm just trying to play with making this gap look a little bit more like something is.
Sure. Well, I think this is a ridiculous use of, I don't know. You tell me what you think after I do it without me giving any context. Yeah, it's not going to work. I was going to put these tree beds down to make it look like rough earth, and then put because if I make this a stable,
Yeah.
but
I did kind of wonder if that's what you were thinking when I saw them, but they don't.
they don't overlap very well.
Yeah.
We're going to try again anyways.
I wonder if. Oh. Probably not, though.
Yeah, they don't overlap at all. That's the closest they get to overlapping.
Oh, I know. Let's. Yes. Let's see. It's a stable for dwarven mounts. Right?
right. I'll probably just put the stone floor back.
I think it was a good idea, but yeah, I don't. Can't overlap those tree farms then.
Right.
Tree beds.
I think I can still call it a stable, though.
You could still just try, like, come on. Maybe sticking like one in the center or something like that. It's not quite large enough, though.
Yeah.
Okay. What about just like dividing the stable with a barrier in the middle and then putting tree farms on each side
Yeah, maybe.
so that the seam between the two tree farms is covered up?
So, like this?
Yeah, I'm not sure a railing's going to cover it up enough, but I mean, maybe.
I mean, that's what I had ready, but that's what I was placing, but you can definitely do a stone barrier.
See something?
Yeah, it's still not going to allow. Well, let's see here. Let me see if I can rotate it a little bit. Ooh.
Thinking something like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe pushing them all the way back. But as you can see, that sort of hides the seam between them. It doesn't
Yep.
hide the fact at the end, but...
Right. Yeah, this one doesn't want to go in over here.
What the hell?
What did you do this time?
There's a giant tentacle monster in the ground, and I'm fighting it right now.
What did it do to you?
What did it do to me?
Yeah, like, why are you fighting it?
Well, he's evil.
Maybe he's just
I don't know.
misunderstood.
Yeah.
I don't think a giant
you're-
tentacle monster is misunderstood.
You're the one who's attacking the giant tentacle monster. I mean, I feel like...
I mean, did it break into your home and start breaking stuff?
Yes, it did.
Did it assault your dog?
Well, it also knocked on my door and asked me if I wanted to talk about their Lord and Savior Cthulhu.
Oh, we made the mistake of placing those tree beds too early. Maybe not. I'm going to have to replace those in a second, but
If I'm in the way, let me know.
nope, you're all right. No, we won't actually have to replace them because we will just call that. So I think I want to take the banner down and call this the gate.
Okay. That's fine.
Oh no. That wasn't the banner.
I don't know what that was, but good job.
It was the laminated floor upstairs, I think. Or the bottom layer of floor, maybe.
Yeah, I think it was
Yeah,
the
it was
bottom
the bottom
layer.
layer of floor.
Yeah. Beat it.
Well,
Poor tentacle monster.
indeed.
I was hungry. I wanted some calamari.
Poor misunderstood tentacle monster.
Or tasty, misunderstood tentacle monster.
He goes really well with spicy sauce.
With the boom boom sauce.
This reminds me of Hades, but like Nordic. Instead of Greek.
wondering what we could use for a trough here, and I'm like, I don't know. I've tried various things in the past, but maybe we just stick a large vase in the corner right here.
Right.
There you go, horses.
I don't know. It's too tall for goats. Maybe it's gonna have to be a
That's
small
probably
vase.
true.
Well, goats can climb on anything, so don't worry about tallness.
Yeah, my fear is
They
my
can-
fear
they
is
can
that they'll
stand
climb on top
sideways
of
on
it and then fall inside of it and not be able to get out. It's a
Well,
big,
then
it's a
you
big
tamed them
vase.
successfully.
You have found a
Against their
way
will,
to
but,
keep goats
you
from
know.
escaping. Because this is not going to keep goats in.
Right. That is very true.
In fact, that's it. That's it, the exact explanation for the current state of this. We don't need a trough because we don't have any goats. We don't have any goats because they all just climbed right out.
Right. Because they drank the water and went in search of more. You know what's stupid? I'm going to take this grand hearth down when this build is done, and then I'm going to have to find a place to put a hearth over here. Because none of this stuff is going to work if there's not a hearth here. Because I'm sure...
Shove it in the wall.
I'm sure that
Yeah.
the stone hearth that's in the house doesn't reach over here.
Here, right here. Let's see, essentials and crafting. How far over does that reach?
Let's see here. It barely catches the... Nope, it's the furnace and the forge are inactive.
Oh man. I mean, I might be able to move it a little bit closer that way. Let's see.
I mean,
Oh,
if we're...
yeah. I can just stick it behind the building here.
There you go. That works.
There.
That did it. We even have room for expansion over here. I actually could take away the stable area here and put a little building over here between these two columns and make a stable here and fence in this whole yard.
Yeah.
And then just make this more storage and work area because I still need a gem cutter. And maybe an ink grinder. And a loom. But I think that's for another day. Oh no, your leg is in the furnace.
Yep. Warming my toes.
Right. Oh, that's the problem. My pack is now outside of the hearth area.
Oh.
That's right, I'm just gonna move it. No big deal. There we go. I have forgotten what I was about to do. Oh, now I remember. Oh, that's no fun. I was going to try and sink a brazier, so the bowl was sitting on top of this wall, but it's not letting me.
That is something I could probably do with
With the
the mod if I
debug.
switch.
Yeah. I mean, no big deal. It was just an idea, just a thought. Because a torch will probably work in its place. I don't know if it'll let me sink it as much as I want to. Nope. This new not being able to push stuff in like we used to is really frustrating.
I'm gonna try seeing if I can do it from Epic.
All right.
Go down. Alright. Come on. I hate that some of my settings revert every time I exit the game.
Yeah, that'd be frustrating.
Let's see. Then. I think that might have done it. Where is that now? Whoops. Can you delete the stone column and put the... remove the stone column, because I disabled it from my point of view.
There you go.
Let's put the barrier back.
Oh, hang on, that barrier is not lined up right.
Oh, thanks for catching that.
Still not lined up right. There we go.
No, neither of those things. What is blocking?
Does it have something to do with, is there foundation underneath this stone floor? I know without the debug, foundation will block stuff. I didn't think about that until just now.
Like, it's weird because whatever it is, I can build it right there.
I bet it's
Like that.
I bet there's foundation. Let me delete this floor and no, there's no foundation under there. Weird.
Yeah. But maybe, who knows, maybe it's, no, it's not the, well, maybe it's, no, it's not the floor, because there's also something over here to the other side. Like, I've got a fairly small area here where I can build, but actually, you know what I'm gonna try doing? Is that target? Okay. Oh, interesting.
What's that?
So you know how I was talking about it being weird that there's the dirt there underneath and they didn't continue the texture that's over here?
Right.
Yeah, so I just removed the dirt that's here, and lo and behold, this texture here is underneath that dirt. That's why there's those little pieces of stone that you can actually see through. That's from the texture underneath. Oh.
That's weird.
Yeah.
It's almost like you would have to intentionally cover that texture up with the flat, textureless piece that was there.
Yeah. Let's try that.
It's funny, you must be in the debug menu right now because you're just running in place.
Well, I'm running in place because I have removed the floor that's underneath me in my version. So in my game, it thinks I'm falling continuously. And then the server is like, nope, that you can't drop below this level because the server sees a floor there.
Right.
Okay. Yep, and now I've removed the floor below, so I can't put the brazier there. So going to, who knows, maybe I can do it if I do that. Maybe. Yeah, so that's the best I can do. I don't know if that
No, that's better than.
satisfactory.
No, that's good. That's better than. It's better than having it stick way up in the air.
Okay.
Any chance you can put a matching one there without me having to move that furnace?
Probably not, because I generally can't turn off presence of stations.
Okay.
The detection for that.
Well, I can move the furnace. I can always move the furnace a little bit further back. So if you want to place one there, and then I can place the furnace accordingly.
Okay. Give me a moment. I'm going to have to leave world and rejoin, because I guess I hid the floor that I'd attach into there. And it's a little bit hard once I've hidden something. If I deselect it and select something else to hide, it's hard to go back and reselect the old thing to unhide it.
Gotcha.
So let's see. Okay. There's that. Let's try. Promenade floor collision segment 251. Let's see if. Oh. Let's try. Ah, there's a stone foundation down there.
It's weird that there'd be one there and not in the other one that I deleted.
Yeah. Let's. Try it. Let's that. Settings. Fix that.
A plant.
Shh, quiet. I see prey ahead.
Hmm. doesn't really want to give me the same height. Interesting.
Would this one be able to be moved up to the same height as that one?
Try.
Because that still wouldn't be bad at all.
So let's see. Interesting.
Let's go.
Just right. I think that's gonna work. Maybe. Wait. Come on.
Ach, you'll not kill this dwarf.
Oh, orcs falling from the sky.
Great.
We got orcs.
Yay.
Oh, the door's open.
That's all they got.
Close that. At least these are the easy orcs.
Right. That was a quick one.
Did I get it?
I mean, I think it's good enough.
Okay.
It's a tiny bit lower, but it's good. I like it. Thank you.
Okay, let's see.
I'm going to pull my pack off for a second. All right, I hung it back up.
Oh. Oh. Oh, nice. You got a whole workshop in here.
Yeah.
Well, you need one of the pot hangers or something.
Right.
Like show goods in the window.
That would be nice. What's up?
How many diamond is that?
A lot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Gonna work him into a frenzy. Now they're turning on me.
How many angry diamond can you survive? Can you bare knuckle brawl at one time?
All right. Not even lucky enough to have my ring of power armor on. It's in my backpack.
You see if 8 angry diamond was the entrance fee for the bare knuckle brawler
Right.
skill to probably be able to get into it.
Well, I don't know. I do have some armor on. I just don't have the Ring of Power armor on. So it'd be a whole lot different with no armor. I'd be dead already, probably. Of course, I haven't been bothering. Oh, and a wolf joined the fray. And there's another wolf on the stairs. We got him. And it only lost one helmet worth of armor.
Victory. I bet there's not many people who can say they've taken on 8 Daimon at once
Probably not.
in bare knuckle brawling.
Nobody that I know.
Is Davey still with us?
Yes.
He's just beating up on poor tentacle monsters.
Now it's gargoyles.
Gargoyles.
Yeah. And wolves.
Ah, but are the gargoyles riding wolves?
My character is also Beowulf, so that's cool.
Is this still Raven's Watch?
Yeah.
Pretty sure I've heard of the game. Please enter your birthday to continue. Why does Steam always ask that when I'm on my browser? Too late at night for me to be filling out one of these things.
All these furnishings, and we didn't get a barrel. How am I supposed to quench my smithing project? Guess I'll use a vase.
Yep.
Oh no.
Oh, that's where that stone came from. Mm-hmm. Like, what happened?
I had put an archway here, and this wall is only 3 stones high, 3 blocks high,
Right.
and then I went upstairs and saw that the top of the archway was poking through the floor, so I deleted it. Had to come down and fix it.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Made a slight tweak to your door. Feel free to tear it out if you don't like it.
No, that's good. I like that. Looks good with the railings and the windows next to it.
Yeah.
Makes the railings
It
look
just-
less out of place.
Yeah. I felt like it looked a little bit empty.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I hadn't thought of the crowns, but I didn't want to put blocks in there because that would have made the door too low.
Right. Yeah. I went through that same thought process, probably a lot more slowly than you did.
That was dumb.
Huh?
So that was dumb.
What exactly happened there?
I filled that wood. I had 2 pallets for wood up here, and I filled the one closest to me first, and then I couldn't get around it to fill the other one.
Gotcha. I was wondering what that was. I was like, why is there a full wood pallet blocking your way to the end of that?
Right. Pick up any stray stuff, and I'll hang my backpack back up. All right, it's back up. I had stuff explode in the house.
Oh. Did Nork get up there, maybe?
No, it's like it's way up top of my granite fireplace chimney.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, weird.
vacuumed up the pieces, so.
Thanks. Yeah, that one crown piece always looks, the texture's messed up on the backside. Doesn't look great from the
Yeah.
front side either, but it's okay from a distance.
Hmm. Too bad we don't have those wood paneling pieces or something like that that you could just sort of, I don't know,
Right.
laminate the wall with without it looking too weird. Wonder.
Now I gotta go see what it looks like from the outside. Looks fine.
Probably stay out of your way.
I don't know if that's gonna be long enough, but we'll find out. Seems a little high.
Shh, quiet. I see prey ahead.
Yeah, it's way too tall. Are you laughing at me destroying everything I just built or something else?
Nope. I'm Santa Claus.
You're Santa Claus?
Yes.
Stuck in the fire pit?
I found the top of your chimney and I jumped down.
Are you unable to get out?
Can't build a ladder back up. You can't seem to roll dodge out of it. And I don't want to break anything. No!
Oh no, I broke the wrong thing.
Oh yeah, I guess you did. Well, maybe I can get it back in this same place. Let's see. I don't know exactly how you had the
You
placement,
know what?
though.
Just build the hearth right here, and then that'll give me access to my backpack, and then I can build it.
You'll place it the way you want it. Okay.
I mean, I could have tried to explain it to you, but that would have been a process. So I lined this corner up with the corner of the tile that it's sitting in.
Oh, that makes sense. That way, even if it's not perfect, it's going to look...
Yep. It's going to give the illusion of symmetry.
Right. Okay, let's see. I feel like in order to prevent me from doing that again, I should seal this up. Okay. Christmas is canceled.
quiet. I see prey ahead.
Am I in the way?
Nope, you're good. Better be careful, those Daimoon are back for revenge.
They're slowly amassing, aren't they?
They are. And if you look over there on the other side of the waterfall, there's a bunch over there too. It's like closing in. Come check out the kitchen.
Oh, nice.
And the bedroom.
I was wondering how the bedroom would come out. Okay. I was wondering if you were trying to do something like that
Yeah.
when I saw how you started.
I've built desks like that too, with a crown, decorative crown piece coming out of or an ornate crown coming out of a block of stone, like a single stone block.
Right.
And then I don't put anything on this end of it, so it's like a asymmetrical kind of floating desk.
Right. I cantilever desk.
Yeah, that's it. That's the term I was looking for.
Yeah. If only the like the blanket on the bed would like hang off.
Right, like drape.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably gonna have to add some lights at some point. Some more lights. I did put a light above the chest here behind the lattice work.
Hmm.
The lattice work
Right.
cuts out a lot of that light though.
Yeah, it does. Sometimes it casts really nice shadows, and sometimes it just casts a
Yeah.
fairly solid shadow.
Yep. I'm glad that I saved these piles of wood. And I'm glad I saved the barrels and the bags and the chest or the chair upstairs. I'm gonna need to figure out where to put a brew kettle though.
Hmm.
That may end up being covering up this window and pushing it into this wall a little bit. There's not really any point in that window being there anyways.
Yeah. The wall's not your construction.
No. But I should be able to break it pretty easy without breaking anything else. Ah, except I just broke that pile of wood.
Oh,
One hit. At least there's another pile in here. Gonna repair this floor before I continue.
Alright, dude, somebody get off. It's like 2 in the morning.
Oh shit, I didn't realize it was that late.
Yeah, alright.
Alright,
Bye.
later.
good night, Davey. Anyway. Yeah.
You got a way out of there if I put this granite wall up?
Yep. Yeah, I circled around the back, actually. So.
Oh, with the pile of wood gone, I can actually put 2 brew kettles in there.
Maybe eventually the devs will give us the ability to just place piles of wood.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I wanted to... What's your counter you on? Are you on Epic or...
Yeah, I'm on Epic.
So, with the debug menu, can you place one of those countertop kegs
Oh,
with the evening ale in it?
I don't know if I can place the one with the evening ale in it. The one thing is, it's been a while since I tried placing static assets, and there are some issues with them, as I was mentioning earlier.
Right.
And what I don't want to do is I don't want to place it wrong
Right. Then
and not be able
get
to
rid of
remove it.
Right.
So
Understandable.
maybe I could try playing around with that somewhere else, and then if I can get it figured out how to make sure that I'm placing it where I want to place it, or make sure that I can at least remove it,
Sure.
then I could try. And I might not be able to do it anyway, since again I'm not hosting. So
Right.
I might place it, I might see it in my world, and then not actually
Right.
have it there for.
I mean, if you tested it in your world and then it worked, I would, one of two things. I would either download that mod myself and learn how to do it, or maybe have you teach me how to do it, or I could send you a save file and you could place something and then...
Yeah. Yep. That would be doable.
Oh, we're both starving.
It's a race. You can run faster, but I can starve faster.
Well, I think you got a head start on me in this one.
Easiest way to ensure that you win a race.
Right. If you're not cheating, you're not trying hard enough. Empress is commenting on my starving to death. She said each of you, of course. She said throws you Lumbus, and then she said each of you, of course.
Oh. Gotta be careful throwing something like Limbus at me. I'm probably low enough on health at this point that the impact might kill me.
It might kill you, yep. Why do I not have... Oh, because I haven't built the still. Alright, that makes sense. So the question is, do I just tuck the still back here where nobody can see it? Or does it need to be up there, invisible? Should I just put the still right there in the front porch? Or is that too much? What do you think?
I mean, it helps to have a few things on the front porch so that it doesn't look like totally
Yeah, but I could put a bench or some chairs there too. I don't know, I think I should probably just tuck the still back in the alley. I mean, it would be a pretty dwarven thing to have a still in your front porch, but... So, evening ale, of course, and smoked mead. I do smoked mead all the time. Let's go for mulled cider. Since I don't have bourbon in this game. I'm actually going to log off and go start my smoker.
Okay. Well, good night.
Yeah, you too, and thanks for hanging out and helping with the build.
Thanks for having my company and help.
Yeah. Always a good time.
Stay well.
I will talk to you later.
Indeed.
You have a good day, Sprouts.